Hey, we've all waited long enough. It's the 2025 NFL Draft. This is the Pick is In Draft Show. We're going to get it all started with you, with everybody. 7 rounds, 3 full days. It all starts now. Let's get it going. Let's go. Well, welcome everybody into the Denver Broncos. Well, hey, the Pick is In Draft Show. I'm so used to saying it. The Denver Bronco Roundup podcast. But no, this is the Denver Bronco Roundup. This is K&K Sports Show. This is Rocky Mountain Sports Network bringing you the Pick is In Draft Show. Man, it's year after year. We've come back, and I can't wait to get it started, man. What a fantastic night. What a night to change the future for Broncos fans, for Giants fans, for just every single team. The future is out there. The future is now also with Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick. I want to say hello to him. My name is Keith Brugman. How you doing tonight, Kenny?
I'm doing great, Keith. I got double duty tonight. I got Giants and I got the Broncos. And I'll tell you, since I joined the Denver Bronco Roundup and Kurt's show, Let's Talk Broncos, my Bronco knowledge is right there with the Giants and two teams that could be very interesting tonight. So I'm fired up. I'm not going to say any more. I know the man below me is fired up, so I'll let you introduce our other horsemen tonight.
We're going to have all 4 horsemen. We might have one coming in a little bit late, but we're going to talk to the one right below us, Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick, the one, the only, the judge, Mr. Jody Moncrief. How you doing tonight, sir?
Doing great. It's finally here. We're one missing first-round draft pick away from being Super Bowl contenders, and I can't wait to see who that is.
It's going to be an interesting night, man. I was telling Kenny some of my wild thoughts. We'll get to some of my wild thoughts before we get to it, as well as Kenny's, as well as Jody's. But, man, wait no longer. We've teased it all week that we're going to have special guests. Why not kick it off with special guest number 1, waiting in the wings, ready to come on stage? Your friend, your pal, Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick on Let's Talk.
New York Giants football talk.
New York Giants football talk. I should have wrote it down off to the side. New York Giants football talk. Your co-host, it's Mr. Paul Rosen. Welcome, Paul Rosen. How you doing tonight, sir?
Fantastic, guys. I have to say, even though I'm wearing my LT jersey, I look at you guys, you're so very well dressed and very dapper looking, every one of you. So congratulations. And I thank you for inviting me, guys. I feel honored and privileged to join you on this first date of the NFL draft, and obviously looking very forward to it.
I think we all are. It's 32 teams, Paul. I know that your teammate right here, he's at the top of the screen. He has some questions that he wants to hit you right off the bat. Being a Giants fan, I know that we're going to have fans from all the way around the globe and from every single team. So we're getting your take on the New York Football Giants. Kenny, why don't you kick it off, buddy?
Yeah, Michael's saying hi, Paul. Everybody's friend Michael Ronquillo. He joins us.
Hey,
with
Michael.
AK. Of course, he's always Denver Bronco Roundup royalty. Guys, he's sending 2,000 stars for us, guys, for the pre-draft show. So clap it up for Michael.
Oh, my
Everybody's
goodness.
friend Michael Ronquillo. He's saying, good evening, Keith, Kenny, and Jody. Go, bro, Broncos. Phil McLaughlin right behind them with 100 stars. Thank you, Phil. Everybody's pal, Phil McLaughlin. Good afternoon,
Thank
Keith,
you.
Kenny, Judge, and Mr. Rosen. Let the draft begin. So just wanted to get those hellos out. Aloha. Patrick's also saying hello out there.
Oh,
And let's
Patrick.
not forget Ernie and Pearl, who also are
Mm.
saying hello, Keith.
Hi, Miss Pearl.
I'll scroll through the rest of those comments as you get to your questions.
Okay.
How's that?
Sure. I got a couple questions for you, Paul. I know what your answers are going to be, but nobody else does. So this is going to be fun for everybody else. So first question we have for you, Paul. Who do you want the Giants to draft at 3? Who's your draft crush?
My draft crush. You know, I have a few things I want to say about this, but right off the bat, this pick should not be overthought by the Giants. There's only one person that they should take, and that is Abdul Carter. And I'll tell you why. This might be the first time that all 32 teams in the NFL have had a consensus of the 3 best players, and in no particular order: Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Ashton Genty. And, usually in the first round, you have maybe 18 to 22 first round grades in the first round. This draft, maybe you get 7 to 10 first round grades. So after the top 3, the guys I just named, there's a drop off, and there's really no difference between, say, the middle of the draft and even into the early of the second draft of players. So obviously, I think we're all in agreement. Tennessee is going to take Cam Ward. So let's take the quarterbacks out for a second. And you know that quarterbacks always get pushed up more so than any other player in the draft, any other position in the draft, I should say. So with no other quarterback receiving a round 1 grade, and obviously Shedeur Sanders, the rumors that he's dropping, they don't know. I mean, I read something late this afternoon that he might not even get picked until the second round. So all of that being said, there's no reason the Giants should take any other player except Abdul Carter. In my estimation, the Giants, even with the overabundance of defensive linemen and edge players like Kayvon and Brian Burns and Sexy Dexter, you know what? You never have enough pass rushing guys. And let me tell you, the last 2 Giant Super Bowl victories, and Kenny knows this, in 2007, they had Michael Strahan, they had OC, they had Justin Tuck, Dave Tolleson, Matthias Kiwanuka, and then in 2011, obviously Strahan retired, but you had OC, Tuck, JPP, Matthias Kiwanuka. So, there's never enough defensive players, especially guys that can play multiple positions, that you could utilize Abdul Carter. And, I've said this to Kenny, guys. The Giants, in my opinion, blew it when Micah Parsons came out 4 years ago. They had an opportunity to draft him, and that idiot Dave Gettleman, what did he do? He he traded back, and who did we wind up getting stuck with or selecting? Kadarius Toney, and a first pick, which turned out to be Evan Neal. And as you guys know, we've talked ad nauseum about how much of a bust he is. So Carter is my guy, and I'll tell you this, guys. If I hear his name being selected come about 8:30 or so, I will be pounding my table and yelling, yes, 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 more vociferously than Sally did in the movie when Harry met Sally in that restaurant scene in Katz's Deli. That's
Oh my
how
goodness.
happy.
Nice.
That's how happy I will be with the addition of Abdul Carter to the New York Football Giants. Oh, and one more thing. He knows NFL history because he's already said that LT is the greatest defensive player in NFL history. So he knows the NFL. He knows Giants history. So let's bring him in.
All right. Awesome, Paul. I got one more question and then a fun, quick hitter one, rapid fire third one for you. So the second question I have is, do you want the Giants to trade back into the first round? First part of the question. And if so, for whom?
Absolutely. I want them to do that, and I want them to get Jackson Dart. I've loved this guy going back to our college football preview back in August. Kenny knows this. I was touting him as one of the best quarterbacks in college football. And I think if they can trade back in and grab him, Joe Shane may keep his job for a few more years, in my opinion. I think this guy can sit a year, learn from Russ and Jameis, and in another year or so, perhaps, they can bring him in. And he has so many attributes, good athlete, pretty strong arm, has worked with an RPO set, does a lot of the little things, pretty good runner. Plus, I think a big factor for me, you know how tough the SEC is and the competition up and down that conference. I think we might all agree that might be the best conference in college football. He's proven himself in the best conference in college football. So give me Jackson Dart. If they trade up, if maybe they don't have to, and maybe they get him with their second pick, either way, I'll be a very happy Giants fan tonight.
Great stuff, Paul. My rapid fire one for you is a fun one. We did it on Giants Talk. You did it. That was your question. You did it on K&K. Now it's my turn to return it to you. We're going to do it this way, though. Day 2, guys, they usually have NFL past stars, past players make the pick. Sometimes there's a celebrity that makes the pick. Paul, in your best celebrity voice, if the Giants get Jackson Dart at 34, second round, I want you to do your best celebrity impersonation at 34. The one you did yesterday was good. I want you to do that one.
All right. I'll do that one. Dickie V here. We have an awesome show, baby. I'm so happy to be invited to this wonderful group of guys, very dapper looking. Let me tell you, when I go to New York, and I do very frequently, let me tell you something, I get in my best dress suit as well. And you know what? I get together with my paisanos, Rick Pitino and John Calipari. We go to the best Italian restaurants. I love that linguine with clam sauce. Oh, yeah, right. By the way, the Giants asked me to do the pick in the second round. So with the 34th pick, the New York Football Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, University of Mississippi.
I'm clapping that up because I'd be very happy with that pick. And even with a move up, I agree, Paul. Those were my questions for you, Paul.
I have one question.
Back to Keith and Jody for anything they want to add.
Jody, go. Take it away, buddy.
If Abdul Carter goes 2, who would you like as your pick?
Without a doubt, Travis Hunter. I'll run up to bring the card up from New Jersey for them.
Nice.
I'm going to have a follow-up question to that then for you. Okay, Paul?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that if you don't use Travis Hunter both ways, that it's a waste at the second or third pick because he's not elite enough to be the top wide receiver alone or top cornerback alone?
Yeah. It's a great question, Keith. I've seen a few things where I forget which NFL guy listed him actually as the number 1 cornerback and the number 1 wide receiver. I'm not necessarily sure that's the case, but what I also saw, Joe Shane would be open to utilizing him both on offense and defense, which is great because I think initially when the offseason began and after he won the Heisman, people were saying, well, you know what, concentrate on defense. He could always come in and play offense. But you know what? I'm not saying he should be like 100% of the time, but if you could utilize him 20 to 25 plays on offense and let him play defense at corner, I think you are getting the best bang for the buck with a guy like Travis Hunter.
Hmm. Hmm. I
Awesome
I
stuff.
agree 100%. Kenny,
Yeah.
any final questions for
Uh,
our special guest that's came in?
Paul, as always, my brother from another. Love doing Giants talk with you. Maybe next year, me and you can we can get together for the draft, and I can make a trip up, or we can go somewhere special for the draft. But enjoy
Absolutely.
it, enjoy it. About 8:30, we should know who we're gonna have. Roughly 8:30. So less than an hour from now. Let's hope we're cheering and we're not booing. So
Yeah.
it's still in my mind that this may get screwed up, so I don't want that to get screwed up. So enjoy it, Paul.
Unfortunately, we're Giant fans. We understand that.
Enjoy it. I think this is going to be a special draft. I do. So let's enjoy it, Paul, and let's get New York Giants football back where it should be, with the defense
Absolutely.
first. Let's go.
100% agree. Guys, thank you so much for the opportunity to be on your fantastic show. Have a wonderful time, guys. Good luck on your picks for Denver. Hope you guys get who you want and need. And go Giants, go Broncos.
Wishing you all the very best in this draft for the New York Giants. Hey, they're in the NFC. We can meet up in the Super Bowl, as far as I'm concerned. Hopefully, a better outcome than the last time we met up in the Super Bowl, though.
Right.
Thank you so much, Paul. Enjoy the evening, and I hope you're pounding the table like
all right,
when
you
Harry
too,
met
guys.
Sally. Okay, buddy.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Take care.
of yourself.
Paul.
And there goes Paul. And there goes Paul. And here we are. And I'm going to get y'all sorted out. That's better. That's better. I like that better.
Can I have a rapid fire for you? Will you be
Appreciate it, yeah.
Will you be disappointed if the Giants take Shedeur Sanders at 3?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yes, I would.
You know, I'm going to answer a little bit on the other side. I think it has to be, though, also in the realm of possibilities. You're sitting there. You do not have a future right now as far as a quarterback. Beyond this year, you have nothing. Now, the question becomes I think for your guys, the Giants, is, do you want to go out there and get the quarterback this year, especially if maybe the coach, maybe the GM, maybe not both of them are there next year? Now, once we're in this cycle where the GM didn't pick the quarterback, the coach didn't pick the quarterback. I think it really depends on how good you feel about your core beyond this year.
We got a few minutes left, right, Keith, before the draft starts.
Sure do.
Can I play a game with you guys and the posse?
Yeah. I want to just catch up on a few comments of my own, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
The Michael Ronquillo coming in and say the Broncos trying to draft up in the first round of the 2025 draft. Hint, it could be for running back Ashton Genty if he gets past the Raiders at pick 6 in the first round of the NFL draft.
I love we got our insiders. We got our Adam Schefter, Ronco Ronquillo. We got our Ian Rappaport, Graham, who's down below mentioning something that's going on too. Keith, I don't know if you see that in the chat.
I do. I'll go ahead and I'll check that out as well. Checking out lots of different ones. Glenn Ashley coming in and saying, good morning and happy draft day. Good morning to you. Bradley coming in and saying, Ashton Genty, Amari and Hampton, Broncos. I think we're getting some votes as far as the way that they want to go. Let's talk Broncos. Absolutely. It's the Pick Is In Draft Show. We're going to be talking a little bit about everybody. We're going to be talking a little bit of Broncos as well. Of course, maybe a little Giants on the side. I have something new to look, as Keith always reminds me of the dude from Nerderotic. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'll take a look maybe. Bradley coming in and saying, Ken, Ashton, Genty, be a Denver Bronco. I think you heard it a little bit earlier from Mr. Michael Ronquillo. Maybe if he gets past 6, maybe if the Broncos really want to get out there on a limb, maybe they can go ahead and look at one Ashton Genty. The New York Giants trade up back up in the first round of the draft to get quarterback like Jackson Dart or maybe Shedeur Sanders, says Michael Ronquillo. So you said we had a little bit of time left. I think I got caught up on Jags and Browns reportedly working towards a trade. It's been the longest we've had since a trade, though I did see a trade went down as far as some later round picks, but nothing in the first round as of yet. And now Kenny's got a game for us. So Kenny, kick us away before it's too late.
We got a quick game for you guys in the posse in the chat, because it's not all Bronco fans out there. The Bronco fans, they're known as the posse. So think of a name for everybody else. But our posse members, the Bronco fans, our Giant fans that follow the Giants show. And in the chat, people, if you're a different fan than the Broncos or Giants, put your name there. But the game is simply, and Michael segued right into it with telling us about Jackson Dart or Sanders. First round or second round? I want to know, in your opinion, guys, and chat, if you think these players are going to be drafted tonight in the first round or tomorrow in the second round. First one, Keith, Shedeur Sanders. Let's get right to it. Hearing rumors that he may even drop into the second round. Little fun fact, little interesting fact. He's not in the green room tonight. He's not in Green Bay. Does he think that he's going to drop that much? And could it be into the second round, Keith? Do it like quick hitter, rapid fire, so we can get them all out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Quick hitter, rapid fire. I think it's going to be close, but I think it's going to be, heck, it could be a Lamar Jackson type of situation where they come in at the last pick in the draft and go ahead and get him. I don't think he's going to the Philadelphia Eagles, but I think he could end up being picked late in the first round.
I'll hit the answers from the chat if you don't mind, Keith. Second round to Pittsburgh for Phil. So he's going second round. Jody, I'm going to give you different so we can get them all. I got a few, so I'm going to give you a different guy. I'm going to go the other quarterback, Jody, for you. Jackson Dart.
Second round.
Second round. Ernie's going second round for Sanders. I'll give the chat a couple seconds, Keith, about 10 seconds to get their answers in, and then I'll go with the next one I got for you.
Sounds good, man. Jackson Dart will be an interesting prospect. Some people really love him. Some people think that he's risen just way, way too fast to be considered. So,
Phil saying Dart second round, and I'm thinking first round for Dart. I think that's going to be the surprise. I think somebody is going to go up for him. Is it the Giants? Is it the Browns? Is it the Saints? Any of those three teams may look to get into that end of that first round for him. Keith, I'm going to give you Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle from Oregon. Does he make it in? Does he get drafted tonight or second round?
He might be drafted early tonight, in my opinion. I think he could be top half of the draft if you're not watching out. So, okay,
like it. Jody, you're getting Luther Burden, talented wide receiver with some character issues.
First round.
Going first round. Just seeing if anybody, Michael's saying Sanders in the second. Keith, because we're running out of time. I see the time. I want to make sure we're on by 8 o'clock. I got a couple more. Maxwell Hairston, my draft day crush. Speedster out of Kentucky. Good hands, tackler. First or second round for him, Keith?
I could see a team falling in love with him and him going early, but I think he's going to be a late first round pick.
Jody, I got one more for you, and then the last one I'm going to give to both of you. Walter Nolan, Jody, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss.
A late first round pick.
Late first round. Michael's going first round for Harmon, Burden first round for Ernie, and Burden first round from Phil. So glad that you guys are playing along. The last one's for everybody because it could involve the Broncos. Trevion Henderson, will he be... I'm going to do it a different way. Will he be drafted in the first round for the Broncos, second round for the Broncos, or not drafted by the Broncos at all? I'll go Keith first.
Well, I told you before we got started. So this is going to be my out-of-the-box thought, but the Broncos do get him. They get him in the first round, but it's not a pick 20.
I remember you saying that. Yep. I like that thought that you had. First round for CB for Michael. First round for Trevion Henderson. Jody, Trevion Henderson. First round Broncos. Second round Broncos. Not at all for the Broncos.
I'm going to say first round Broncos.
Ernie's going second round Broncos. Ernie, at 51 or trade up would be my question to you. I'm going first round Broncos. I think he will be a Bronco. You don't play around. If he's the guy you have first round grade on, you pick him at 20. Don't take a chance, trade him back, and then somebody jumps ahead of you and screws your whole draft up by taking him. If he's your guy, and I think he is, Kurt Valenti, my co-host and friend, Let's Talk Broncos, said they compared him to Alvin Kamara. It's a pretty darn good comparison when you think of Sean Payton as the coach. So sign me up for Trevion Henderson. I jumped on board last night when I heard that comparison. That was it. That was a nice little fun game to wrap up the pre-draft show on day one. I thought that was a little fun thing to do with you guys. So
Absolutely.
I know just about ready for game time.
Man, it's here, almost here, man. It's almost here. Broncos country, it's about ready to kick off. I think what we're going to do, we're going to be with you every single pick all the way along the way. I do want to give us a little bit of time, so we're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to take like a minute. We're going to be right back, and hope you guys all enjoy the show, and see you in just a moment.
Oh, and we lost Keith. Welcome to the Pick is in Draft Show, everybody. Keith having a little off screen for a second there. We are back. The official draft is started at 8:01 p.m. The Titans are officially on the clock, Jody, and I think we know which route they're taking. So I'm going to pass it to you. How are you doing tonight? Again, Jody, we just came off the pre-draft show, but now the main show is here.
Doing good. Excited to see if Denver will move up. If they do, who it's for, and I think that'll tell you everything you need to know about where they feel they are.
Yeah, and you know what? This is going to be a fun draft because a lot of news about pick 2, Travis Hunter. We're here, our good friend Graham saying the Jaguars and the Browns are looking to make a trade. Now, if it is, here's my question to you, Jody, in chat as well. If they do make this trade up to 2, is it for Ashton Janty or is it for Travis Hunter? Or even Abdul Carter now at 2? We know it's not a quarterback. Who's the pick? If this trade was to happen, who would it be for?
I think it's for Ashton Janty.
You do. I think it's my first mock draft I did with Trevor. It was for Travis Hunter. I'm going to say it's for Travis Hunter if they move up to 2. Keith, I was just asking the question about the possible trade talks between the Browns and the Jaguars. The Jaguars moved up to 2. Who would it be for? Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, Ashton Janty?
You have to get a playmaker. And so whoever your top playmaker is, whether that be, I mean, it could be Shedeur Sanders for all I know. But it's got to be probably a wide receiver, running back, quarterback. You don't go up to number 2. You don't play around like that, I think, just to get an Abdul Carter. I hate to say it. As great of a asset that he could be to the Panthers, I think that would be a bad choice, man. I would expect Ashton Janty probably as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of those 2. I think it's Janty or Hunter if they're moving up to 2, for sure. But you're back, my friend. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, well, yeah. Of all things, as soon as I get back and I sit down, I got like a high pitched scream in my ears, and yeah. So we're back. We're back. It's the Pick is in Draft Show. We're going to be back with, 3 full days worth of coverage, every single pick, analysis, We got giveaways on the way for all you Broncos fans out there that might be listening in. Our main prize giveaway, a Bo Nix autograph jersey. A Bo Nix autograph jersey. This is what I want you to do. If you want to get entered, type in DBR win. That's DBR win. Do it now. That's how you're going to get your entries. I will say this. Anybody that does drop a few stars, we're going to figure out a program. Make sure that you maybe get a couple of bonus entries. But man, that's the big giveaway. We have Bo Nix patch cards. We have Audric Estimate Troy Franklin cards. We have. How about these hats that these gentlemen are wearing? Denver Bronco Roundup snapback caps. I'm wearing one too, just for you as well. Again, DBR win. We're going to be tallying up, putting out prizes at, probably the beginning of every day and the end of day 3. How's that? I can't wait for everyone to jump in, be a part of this, and be a part of this fantastic night in general, man. It's a wonderful night to change the identities of so many teams, and man, it's about ready to happen. It's about ready to start.
Absolutely, and I'm excited. It's here. It's finally here. As months and months of doing mock drafts and talking about who the Broncos are going to take, who the Giants are going to take. Shedeur Sanders talk, Travis Hunter talk. It's going to be a wild ride these next 3 days, and I couldn't change. I wouldn't change anything for it. I'm doing it with 3 of the best guys in the world and the best chat audience posse around, and love all of you, and I can't wait to do this the next 3 nights.
Yeah, I want to get thoughts really quick. First, I'm going to turn to my gentleman to my side, the well-dressed Jody Moncrief. Who is the first pick for the Denver Broncos in this draft?
I think it will be TreVeyon Henderson.
TreVeyon Henderson. Kenny, since you're part of the Denver Bronco Roundup, who is the first pick for the Denver Broncos in this draft?
I'll be fun. I'm going to go fun because Michael dropped us 100 stars, and I'll go with his answer. Ashton Jeanty, no matter what. So let's go get him, Broncos. Let's make a statement and say we're all in this year. We're Super Bowl contenders. Let's go get the best running back in this class, Ashton Jeanty. So let's do it, Michael. Thank you for the 100 stars, my friend, everybody's friend, Michael Ronquillo. Let's get Ashton Jeanty in blue and orange.
Love it. I'm going to say Tet McMillan. Tet McMillan is going to be the Denver Broncos' first pick in this draft. I want to turn back around, go around the clock, because I want to get Kenny's thoughts on the Giants really quick as well before we get there.
Well, we just had Paul, my co-host, on the pre-draft show. He wants Abdul Carter. That's my 1A. But my guy above the rest is Travis Hunter. If somehow he gets by 2, sign me up all day. Travis Hunter, you get 2 players for the price of 1. I think on the Giants, he play a little more wide receiver, maybe a 70 to 30%. Put him in some nickel packages, dime packages. It's one heck of a secondary lined up there. And then you get to play him on the other side of the ball with Russell Wilson, with Malik Neighbors on one side, Travis Hunter on the other. You're going I'd sign up for that. So that's my guy. But let's see what happens. But that's the guy I want. But to answer your question, it's going to be Abdul Carter.
Yeah, very good. Abdul Carter what do you think, Jody? Do they step outside? Do the Giants pick somebody else, or do they just get Abdul Carter stolen from them?
I think they step outside, and it's Sanders at 3.
That would shake everything up. I mean, here's a guy that's been up and down this draft board, was once absolutely locked in for the Giants. Now some people are wondering if he goes in the first round. This is how this draft is going to be. It's all over the place. All over the place. Paul's saying for the Broncos, T-Mac for Glenn. He's saying Colston Loveland is his guy. Phil asking, and I do have the answer for this, and Michael Ronquillo dropped it if anybody wants to know or wants to cheat. Did you see who Peyton's daughter selected for us in her mock draft? He also puts in that DVR win, make sure he's entered to win all our contests that we have going over 3 days. She works for FanDuel, and she put out her mock draft. Did anybody else see who she mocked to the Denver Broncos?
I did not.
Jody, you?
I did not.
Okay. Well, I will. I'll give Michael Ronquillo, which I know the answer. He knows the answer. Omarion Hampton. Does that mean anything to you if Sean Payton's daughter is putting out a mock draft and having Omarion Hampton to the Denver Broncos? I'll go to you first, Jody.
Hopefully it's smoke screens, and because that's the one player I do not want in the first round.
I'll go to who else is on the screen? How about Kenny?
I'm with Jody. I'm going to say no.
Very good. And wow, who just popped in there? The Rocket Man himself, Trevor Salzman. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Doing well, Keith, and excited to be here. I mean, sorry it took so long, but it's now or never in kind of situation, and I still got here regardless. I mean, it's all good. It's all good. Happy to be here.
Happy to be here. Happy to have you. Does it mean anything that Sean Payton's daughter, who works for FanDuel, came out and said Omarion Hampton to the Denver Broncos in her mock draft? Question to you, sir.
I mean, I don't think so, because I don't think Sean Payton would tell his daughter who they're taking. I don't think they know who they're taking until they're on the clock. I don't think they really know who they're taking unless they're going to be aggressive and trade up, Keith. It's kind of hard to tell, making a trade right now. There's a reason why teams haven't made a trade as of right now. I think we're kind of starting to see teams just really wait and kind of see what other teams do before they move up and push up and be aggressive. So I don't think Sean Payton's going to tell his daughter, though, who they're going to end up taking.
No, afternoon out with a couple of lattes, nothing like that. Okay. I agree. I don't think it's anything. We've done a million mock drafts and come up with different answers. And sometimes it's just about playing with ideas and playing with thoughts. You don't know that she's out there talking to Sean and making sure that it's penciled in at that point. And little does Sean know whether even Omarion Hampton will be there, as Glenn is coming in here and saying, praying for the Cowboys to take Omarion Hampton at 12 or anyone else before us. We don't want Hampton at all, in his opinion. So there's been varying opinions.
Yes, sir,
Glenn. What's that?
I said, yes, sir, Glenn.
Yes, sir, Glenn. Somehow Kenny got kicked off. Kenny, did you mean to kick yourself off, sir?
No, I forgot to. I'm going to go backstage for a couple more minutes, Keith.
Okay. We'll kick him backstage for just a few more minutes, and maybe you'll give us the friendly wave. Either me or Trevor will let him back on the show. And here we are, 5 minutes 44 seconds left on the clock for the Tennessee Titans. And I apologize, man. My thoughts are racing. Did I ask you already, Rocket Man, who are the Denver? No, I don't think I did. Who are the Denver Broncos going to pick as their first pick in this draft?
Well, Keith, I just put it in our private chat as well. This is per credible sources. The Broncos are making a aggressive push to get into the top 10. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. I would think it's got to be Genty. But for me, Keith, everything points to them picking a running back, I think, if anything. But I think there's several different scenarios this team can do. I think they can be aggressive and push up into the top 10. It's going to cost them quite a bit. They can also trade back, which is not out of the question whatsoever. And they can actually stay put at 20 and take their running back. Travion Henderson, I think, is going to be a first-round pick. Omarion Hampton as well, and then Ashton Genty. So I think we're talking about 3 probably first-round pick running backs taken in tonight.
I think it's a wild ride. I just did a little mock draft, my last mock draft that I ended up putting together. I ended up having heavy on the offensive lineman. It looks like the pick is in, gentlemen. The pick is in. Kenny, just hit me in the private chat whenever you want to jump back in here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to get some. And maybe Trevor, if you could let him in, I want to get everything ready to maybe select put up our graphic for our very first pick. Gentlemen, anything outside of what you're thinking it's going to be? Any surprise here with the first overall pick?
No, not at all. This is.
I don't think so. I think this is
chalky as
definitely
you can,
Cam Ward.
I agree.
Yeah, it's going to be Cam Ward. I think Keith, for a while, I think the Titans were making calls and seeing what it would take to possibly trade back. But I think for a couple of weeks now, I think they've been kind of hindered in on Cam Ward being their quarterback. And a guy that we're talking about, a guy like Brian Callahan there in Tennessee, an offensive mind, he gets his quarterback to be able to grow into the future.
Paul Schaefer coming in here just saying we need three quarterbacks to go before 20 and yes on Ward. Roy's coming in saying hello, Roy. If you didn't hear already, because it sounds like you're jumping in a little bit late, DBR win, get entered to win for all of our prizes. All of our prizes will be doing it 3 full days of prizes. And looks like the commissioner is walking to the stage as we speak, man. It's amazing, man. We've waited all off season. What's that, buddy?
And the boos are coming out for Goodell.
Breaking news, the Browns have traded the number 2 pick.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
Jacksonville.
To Jacksonville.
Yep. For Travis Hunter.
That's what I think, Trevor.
And
Yep.
Well, there it is, gentlemen.
So I have the full details if we want to. Okay, we'll go Cam Ward first, and then we'll jump to the trade. Keith,
jump to the trade real quick. Yeah. Cam Ward. Cam Ward ends up being the quarterback for the Tennessee Titans. They end up moving on from quarterback. I'll go top to bottom here and get your guys' thoughts. What are your thoughts on Cam Ward? And really quick, how do you think he compares to last year's quarterback class?
Who are you starting with?
Who's at the top of the screen?
Okay.
Trevor, Jody, me.
I'll start. For me, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, Cam Ward he's a quarterback in this draft class that has the highest upside. I think that's why you're seeing him go number 1 here. I think that this is a quarterback class that we'll see how well, it ends up turning out to be. I think last year's quarterback class turns out to be really well as it stands right now. So I think Cam Ward has the most upside of all these quarterbacks. To me, he's Anthony Richardson, but hopefully, you can be able to mold him into obviously a better quarterback, a couple years down the line. So I think this is a big time upside pick for the Tennessee Titans. And I think it's gives them something to look forward to the future, because if you don't have a quarterback and a quarterback that is established, you don't have a chance to win, Keith, at the highest level.
I agree completely. Going right down the screen. Next, who do we got? We got
Jody.
Jody, go right ahead. Sorry.
I think he plays a lot like Russ. He scrambles a lot, doesn't really stay in the pocket, throws from weird arm angles, has a good deep ball. To me, he's a big boom bust guy, just like Trevor said, like Anthony Richardson. I'm not sure that he was the number 1 quarterback on my board, but if the Titans build around him, I think he could be successful.
Very good. Last, Kenny.
I think he could be very good as a Hurricanes fan. Watching him play at Washington State before transferring to Miami, I think Tennessee, if he's and they got an offensive-minded head coach, I think if they groom him the right way, he could be a star in the NFL. And I think he could be the 1 quarterback out of this draft that succeeds.
Very good. Trevor, you said that you have details on the trade, and of course the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. I want to get your thoughts. Just give me the details of the trade, and then also your thoughts on who they might be going after.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars received the 2nd overall pick, a 1st-round pick. The Browns end up receiving the 5th overall pick in this year's draft, 36th overall pick in this year's draft, 2nd-round pick, 126, which is a 4th-round pick, and a 2026 1st-round pick. Jacksonville gets the 2nd overall pick, which is and then the 104th pick, which is in the 4th round, and the 200th overall pick, which is in the 6th round. It's a huge trade for the Browns. You're talking about a team that needs more draft capital, and a team in Jacksonville who's looking to be aggressive and really seemed like wanted to be aggressive all day. I think it's just probably Travis Hunter, though, I would imagine, but a huge haul for, I think, Cleveland. I think it's a win for them.
All right,
I
right
got
down
a
this.
question for you guys.
I want to get all the way
Okay.
around the horn. Kenny, who do you think this is going to be for?
I'm with Trevor, Travis Hunter.
And Jody, who do you think it's going to be for?
Travis Hunter as well.
Travis Hunter all the way across the board. Go ahead, Kenny.
I
What were
wanted
your
to
thoughts?
flip it around. Who's in play now for the Browns at 5 if you had to guess right now before the second pick comes up? Trevor, first.
Ooh, that's a good one. I mean, is Shador? No, I don't know. Does this mean they're out on Shador? Because I don't know. I mean, it's really
Yeah,
high.
you don't trade back
in my
for
opinion.
a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, but who's going to take him? I mean, maybe the Giants aren't going
could
to
be in
take him.
play.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think it's best player available, honestly, but I think that they're doing it for draft capital and to get more picks. I mean, they are just stuck with that Deshaun Watson contract, and it's really put that team in a bad situation. And don't be surprised if we see Cleveland be aggressive later tonight. Maybe they trade back up into the first round to go get their quarterback.
Keith, I'll go to you next. Who's in play for the Browns?
Oh man, I'll be honest, man. I'm dumbfounded at this point. I can't imagine who they end up trading back for. I mean, right? They could go a million different directions. They probably their top wide receiver. Who's that going to be now that Travis Hunter's off the board? Maybe a Ted McMillan. They need to find somebody else outside of Jerry Jeudy. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and let's assume it's Travis Hunter because it could still be somebody else. But let's see what happens. I think the offensive-minded head coach gets his offensive two-way player at his first pick. But Jody, I'm going to go to you finally. Right now, before the pick is in and they're shaking hands, they're happy there in Jacksonville, by the way. Before we get the pick, Jody, I want to know right now if you had to guess who's pick 5 for the Browns.
I think it could be Ashton Genty. They've got to replace their running back who they didn't bring back. So I think it could be Ashton Genty.
I'm with you, Jody. I'm with you. Let's see who the pick is going to be. But it's good. It's a draft already exciting at pick 2. We said all joking aside, we said it was going to start at pick 2. We didn't think this was going to happen though at pick 2.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth?
So exciting start for the draft, in my opinion.
Real quickly though, with all that, all that draft capital, is this a little bit too much to trade up for Travis Hunter? I mean, you're talking about a cornerback and a wide receiver. That's a lot of draft capital to move up and be that aggressive to go get this guy. You really got to believe that this is like that generational shutdown corner, and I truly can play both sides.
I would 100% agree with that. We talked a little bit before you got on here. I think if you're not playing this guy both ways and playing this guy both ways a ton now that you moved up to pick number 2, it's just simply not worth it. I heard someone say, is this a guy that's Deion Sanders? Is he as good as Deion Sanders? Because Deion Sanders would be picked at 2. Is this guy as good as Randy Moss? Let's first say, for instance, because Randy Moss would be picked at number 2. It's got to be both sides if he's playing on the ball. If you go ahead and go with like someone like Travis Hunter, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. It's just that's a lot for a non-premium. I mean, is corner premium? I guess you could say that, but that's a lot to trade up for. For a guy like Travis Hunter, when this is a team like Jacksonville, who Liam Cohen is trying to go there and change the culture there, and really trying to build that team up in his first year. It's interesting that they were that aggressive his first year there, and their GMs, their new GM's first year there as well.
Yeah, whole new regime.
I looked at it real quick. I know the pick is coming up. I looked at it as Mason Graham. Jaguars, are you going to win a Super Bowl anytime soon with Mason Graham? Now you get a 2-way star in Travis Hunter, if that's who the pick is. Or Ashton Genty is another popular one here. You got a playmaker that you can win this AFC South with one good pick in this draft. And I think Genty or Hunter could be those one of those guys, can be the difference to get Jacksonville on top in a weak AFC South.
I'll tell you what, if he's a type of guy that can play both directions, both on offense and on defense, and replicate what he was able to do in Colorado in the NFL, which a lot of people think he can do, it's that's how you change a franchise. It could very, very well be. Pick is up. They're up there. They're ready to announce. Michael Ronquillo is along for the ride, letting us know it's about time, gentlemen. It's about time. What a wild shakeup already as we sit here at number 2.
I have a lot of interest in this pick with my team coming up next.
Absolutely. Here's the thing, real quickly. I love this trade for the Browns. I think the Browns will end up winning this trade. I'll be a little bit bold with this and I know we got to figure out what kind of player Travis Hunter is, but you're telling me you got a first round pick, you're still picking into the top 5, and you got a second round pick in this year's draft for a guy like Travis Hunter. Again, special player, but man, if you're Cleveland, I think, and you're a Cleveland Browns fan, you're celebrating because this is a haul that you got back.
It is. It's a haul that you got back. It's hopefully a haul for the for the Jaguars, as it ends up being one Mr. Travis Hunter. I'll go right down the board once again. Start off with Trevor. I know that you just finished up, but your thoughts on this really quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the best players in this draft class, if not the best player in this draft class, Keith. I think if you're going to be aggressive, this is probably the player you're going to be aggressive for. Again, I'm a little surprised Jacksonville's ready to do that right now, but I love Travis Hunter. I think he's a shutdown corner in this league. The question will be, continuing going forward, how good could he be on the offensive side of the ball, and how long can he continue to do that? I mean, again, he's young, I understand that, but over time, your body kind of starts, aging a little bit. How long will he be able to play both sides of the ball would be the biggest question. But I think he is a blue chip prospect, and I think he's going to be a top corner in the NFL for years to come at the very least.
Jody, you watched a lot of Travis Hunter. You watched a lot of Buffalo football. What are the Jacksonville Jaguars? What have they traded up for? And what's your thoughts as he ends up going into the NFL?
I think they're getting by far the best corner in this draft, and they're getting probably a top 3 wide receiver in this draft. It'll be interesting, as Trevor said, with Liam Cohen there being offensive minded. Will he look to play him more offensively or defensively? I just hope that a team that drafts him doesn't expect what he did at Colorado to play, 90 to 95% of the snaps both ways. That's a recipe for not a long career.
That's fair. And Kenny Kirkpatrick, your thoughts on Travis Hunter, a guy that might have been a selection for the New York Giants. We'll have to be thinking differently now if that happened to be the case.
I think Jody nailed it. Liam Cohen, offensive-minded head coach, offensive coordinator at the Buccaneers, first-time head coach. They're going to use him a little more at wide receiver with Trevor Lawrence there, the veteran quarterback in that division. Use him on some nickel and dime packages on defense, and use a 70-30 with Travis Hunter. This guy is a difference maker. Watch out for Jacksonville in the AFC South as a sleeper team to win that division with this pick.
Yeah, Travis Hunter could very well be just that breakout, that difference maker, that player that we haven't seen in decades. Deion Sanders played 2 different sports, but here we are, Travis Hunter, a 2-way player. I agree. I'm going to agree with myself. Jacksonville Jaguars, you got to find ways to get him involved, both sides of the ball, from day one. If not, you've wasted so much. It'll be interesting to see what the Cleveland Browns do with all the draft, assets, capital, picks that they end up getting. Because right now, the Jacksonville Jaguars wagered it all for Travis Hunter. Hopefully, it pays out dividends for them, like they expect.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was just going to say, I'm surprised how aggressive Jacksonville is. We keep going back to this pick, and then them being so aggressive to trade up. It's like, wow. That's a big splash in your first season. That takes a lot of cojones to pull that kind of deal off when you're still trying to kind of build a foundation there. So aggressive move by the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I still love the haul that Cleveland got back in this trade because it gives you more flexibility now to be aggressive to maybe go get your future quarterback and other assets.
The Giants pick is in.
Yeah, I saw that. Giants pick is in. Just again, really quick on Hunter though. It could be one of the most interesting stories though. At the same time, if everything plays out for the Jacksonville Jaguars the way that they want to, and I want to throw it out there. I want to say like a Shohei Ohtani type of career, where he's playing both ways and excelling at it. And I think that you have the opportunity to have him be a cornerback first and absolutely be one of the most dominant corners. And if you can't find ways to get him on the field from time to time as a wide receiver, shame on you. I think he could be that special and play both directions and just knock it out of the park. Kenny, I'll turn to you. The pick is in. Any intrepidation, any worry that it wouldn't be an Abdul Carter? Is that the pick right here?
Oh, there's a little worry that it's Sanders because the pick came in quick. You may want to get, if he's your quarterback, you don't take any calls. So there is a little worry there. I'm hoping it's Carter. He was my 1A to Hunter. Hunter was just a hair higher than Carter. But I'm hoping it's Carter, so we're going to see. But, I'm getting the chills that it could possibly be Sanders.
Can you see this being Ashton Genty to try and replace Saquon?
What was that, Jody?
You see this being Ashton Genty to try and replace Barkley?
I thought if the Giants, I thought this could have been a trade back spot for the Giants, somebody who wanted Genty. So it's getting there. It is, and there it is. I'm happy. Let's go. We got our edge rusher.
Talk about it first and foremost, Kenny.
Micah
what do you get?
2.0.
What are you getting here?
Micah Parsons 2.0. He's even wears the same number at Penn State, number 11. Getting an edge rusher that's going to be starting from day one, and it gives us capital now, trade options for Kayvon Thibodeau. If teams are interested in Kayvon Thibodeau, watch out for the Giants moving up for either Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart, offering Kayvon Thibodeau as a difference maker. Broncos. Then a little after the Broncos, maybe the Chargers may be interested, in trading back and getting an edge rusher. So watch out later on in the draft. But Abdul Carter, best edge rusher in college football, one of the top two prospect in the draft. Home run hit here for Joe Shane, not going quarterback here and pushing the buttons on Shedeur Sanders. I applaud it.
You applauded. I'll go from the bottom up now, and congratulations, Kenny. Abdul Carter, if he's everything he's supposed to be, everything that everyone's been talking about, you got quite an impressive athlete. Jody, your thoughts on Abdul Carter, man?
Well, I think he's an elite pass rusher off the edge. I watched him do it against Notre Dame with one arm. He should be healthy by the time he gets to camp, so that's a plus for them. It'll be interesting to see who they start next to him. I mean, they got two other elite pass rushers on that team, so that will be interesting to me to see who starts next to him.
Yeah, it is interesting. They're stacking up, but there's nothing wrong with being stacked up in the trenches, in my opinion. It gives you lots of options. Trevor, your thoughts on Abdul Carter, maybe how he fits into this New York Giants defense and what they're getting?
Yeah, absolutely love this pick for the Giants. At first, Keith, I ain't gonna lie, I thought that there would be teams aggressively trying to move up into the draft to go get a guy like Abdul Carter. I think that he's the best edge rusher in this class. I think he's very aggressive, quick off the snap, gets to the quarterback at a high level. Really had his first breakout season this past season in college. So I love the pick here for the Giants, and I think it's going to be a pick that they're not going to regret. I think for the long haul, it'll be interesting to see though. Like Kenny mentioned, is Kayvon Thibodeau the next one out the door? They're going to use him to possibly trade and try to get more picks back in return. Maybe they can use some of those picks to go get their quarterback as well. I wouldn't rule the Giants out from going up and possibly getting a quarterback in this draft because they do have plenty of assets to do so. But honestly, guys, this is probably the way the draft was going to go all along. We just didn't know what teams would be, exactly would be there. I think, obviously with the Titans, they get Cam Ward, and then obviously the big shocker with Jacksonville. But we knew that these players were going to be going 1, 2, 3 more than likely. So now I think we can officially say the draft has started at 4.
We lost Keith, Trevor. I'm blocked by Graham, so I don't know if you can take his comment off there, Carter and Thibodeau.
There we go.
Glenn's got a great question because I was just going to ask you guys this. So, Glenn, you and I are on the same page here. I'll go to you first, Trevor. Could the Browns trade down a second time and get more capital?
Yeah, I think so, Kenny. I think that, and that's actually been reported, that they are open to moving down even more so to get more draft capital. I think if they're not in love with the player, Glenn, I think it's absolutely possible that they end up moving down and getting more picks. I think what Cleveland's at right now with their cap situation and where they're at team building wise, I think they want more assets to be able to have more flexibility to go and get maybe be more aggressive, maybe day two, but also to be able to maybe to also be able to just have more picks for the future and be able to build that team back up, because that Deshaun Watson trade has hurt this team over and over again.
Yep, and I'm with you, Trevor. Right now, it's just me and you right now, so you know. So, like, if you can handle the graphics, if a pick comes in, if you can handle that news as well. Oh, Keith's back and forth. I think he's having some internet issues. I'm with you, and I think the team that's going to be active in these next two picks, and I hope it does for the Bronco fans and for us. We want somebody to pick Janty before the Raiders get a chance at him. Ben Johnson and the Bears GM. Make those calls. Patriots, Browns are coming up. Browns could trade back to 10 and get more capital and assure themselves of getting a quarterback in the back end of this first round. Don't be surprised, like you said, Trevor, if it does happen. And that was a great question, Glenn. And, I'm going to say yes, and hopefully the Bears get ahead of the Raiders for Ashton Janty.
Very good, man.
Keep
Sorry,
question,
Tommy, errors on my side.
We'll go to Glenn was asking if the Browns could trade down a second time to get more capital.
This is what I love about it. Being able to do that and be able to manage kind of the process, if you can do that, right? Just to constantly just kind of, move down a couple picks, make sure that your guy is still there. Could the Browns still do it? Hey, the way that this draft is started, why wouldn't it continue to be a draft that continues to go that way, go that direction?
Right. And Joe, do you agree with everybody, or would you stay at 5, knowing Janty might be there at 5? Would you take Ashton Janty instead of trading back?
I think at some point you've got to pick one of the top players. You've got a lot of needs. So if you keep trading back, you're passing up on good talent. So if I was the Browns, I would stay at 5 and make a pick there.
Yep. And let us know when the pick is in, Trevor. We'll get it to Keith. And
it's in. It's Will Campbell to the tackle out of LSU to the New England Patriots at 4.
All right, man. I'll start with you, Trevor. Actually, Jody, I don't think I've started with you yet. Jody, what are your thoughts? Will Campbell, offensive tackle to the Patriots. Give me your thoughts, buddy.
They had to do something to protect Drake May. He was sacked a lot last year. Their O-line was not good. So this pick makes a lot of sense. They probably got the best offensive lineman in the draft. This was a no-brainer for me.
Kenny, I'll go to you next.
Echo Jody's words. They get the best tackle on paper here, the best graded tackle. Mike Vrabel, he knows he's old school. He knows how to win. You got to protect your franchise quarterback. I know Janty's very intriguing. Ted McMillan, very intriguing. But you got to protect the franchise, and Drake May is the franchise. So awesome A+ pick for the Patriots there at 4.
And maybe my feed is slowing a little bit down unless you guys officially have got it. But I want to get your thoughts as well, Trevor, on this pickup. As they said, protecting Dre Mays. It's the right thing to do here this early in the draft.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Keith. I think that this is one of those picks where if they weren't going to move out of, I was pretty confident they were going to take an offensive lineman. They could have possibly went edge rusher if Abdul Carter would have fell to them, but I don't think it was going to happen after they figured out the Giants are probably going to end up taking him at 3. But I think being able to address the offensive line is something Mike Vrabel loves to do, and he did when he was in Tennessee. So I think, I'm not surprised that they end up going Will Campbell here. I think this is a good pick. I think you've got to continue to invest into building around Drake May. As we know, this offseason they were pretty aggressive in doing so. Getting Stephon Diggs. So another weapon for him. So building that offensive lineup, I think, is huge for the Patriots, and I think it's a really solid pick for them.
Yeah, you see it there. Just a massive, massive, massive guy. Can control the edge. Doesn't matter the move. He's quick on his feet. He can anchor against big guys. He can keep up with that speed. Those speed rushers around the corner. What you get is a guy that's set up to be your left tackle for quite some time. And now Drake May, he's protected. He's protected back there, and it's feels like the days of the Patriots way, and Bill Belichick making sure that you're secure up front. They were always made sure that they had great guys up front. I think they got a great one right here as well.
I feel this so far. This draft is moving pretty fast in the first round. I don't think teams are taking the whole 10 minutes. So.
The Browns pick is in.
What feed are you watching?
What
Jody?
feed? Just on
NFL.
NFL.
We're on NFL Network. Are you on NFL Network, or am I that far behind? Because I'm seeing Will Campbell on the stage right now. So
I'm on NFL, the 2025 NFL Draft Kicker.
Oh, okay. Trying to stay all on the same. If anybody lets me know if I'm out of sync right now, I just see the Patriots still kind of celebrating in the war room. I guess if that seems like it's.
You might be out of sync. I just checked ESPN and they already have the pick on ESPN, so you may be behind. I'm checking my NFL Network feed right now to see if it's NFL Network that's behind or just you.
Very good. I want to get thoughts then as this pick comes in. Trevor, any thoughts of where we could be going?
No, Will Campbell. You're right. It is Will Campbell. So Jody's ahead. Jody is ahead. So
very good.
You're live, Keith.
All right. Very good. Just trying to keep on pace with everybody that might be watching along at home, and I think the NFL Network is a pretty good one. So, any additional thoughts on Will Campbell before we dive off of that, and then I'd like to get Trevor's thoughts maybe as we get into the next pick.
I think we're good with Will Campbell.
All right, Trevor, next pick. Where do we need to go here? And I'm all of a sudden I forgot where we're at in the pick in the order of five for the I guess the Browns now. I'm sorry. So where are the Browns going? Any thoughts? And now that we've had a little bit of time to think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Cleveland, I mean, we just talked about it, Keith, while you were off for a minute. They were open to trading pick 5. I don't think it's something they're going to do right now, but I think it's been a really solid draft thing for Cleveland so far. I think a solid start. I mean, you're able to get a lot of draft capital back and move back to 5, and I think still have a chance at least to get a really good player. And I think that if this is the player that I think that they're going to take, I think it's very solid, and I think the Browns are off to a great start tonight.
And who do you think that is? I want to get that thought out, and then
Mason
I'll go down the board. Mason Graham. Yeah. Mason Graham. Jody, Cleveland Browns have just improved themselves so much. Who do you think this is going to be?
I think Ashton Genty here. They got to replace Nick Chubb. So,
and officially, they say the pick is in over on NFL Network. Kenny, before we actually see him walk on stage, any thoughts here? Is it Ashton Genty? Is it Mason Graham? A different person, a different player.
I feel if they didn't trade back a second time, it should be for Ashton Genty here. So we're going to see.
Yeah, it will be interesting. This is a team that could use help, on offensive line, offensive weapons. They could get a running back. Do they even have a legit tight end 1 at this point? Do they have a wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2? Do they have that running back? You sure want to start thinking about the trenches. Mason Graham's not a bad idea in that regard, but we're going to find out here pretty soon. It's, hats off to the Cleveland Browns. I think they did take advantage a little bit in being able to move back, still get an A-plus player, and still add up on additional picks throughout this entire draft.
Absolutely. And I disagree with the Ashton Genty pick here, Keith, that would be the pick. I would disagree with that because I don't think Cleveland is just one running back away, one really good running back away from being great. I mean, again, they need to address their quarterback position. They have multiple needs. Why I think it was very smart for them to move back and be able to get more assets to be able to fill out their roster with premium draft capital.
Could this be a Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
You've dropped back a little bit. The Giants were there. The commissioners, I'm sure, getting around to booze as he's heading to the stage right now. So we're about ready to find out. But again, this draft I think will continue to surprise. It could be a surprise right here as we wait to hear this pick. And
looking at some names, Jalen Walker, too high for Jalen Walker.
Too high for
Myles Garrett.
It's too high. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm loaded up, but I'm going to let Trevor talk about this one because it ends up being one Mr. Mason Graham. What did you see in Mason Graham, Trevor? Go ahead and kick it off, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love this pick for for the Browns. I mean, you'll be able to address that defensive line, team him up with Myles Garrett. Oh, by the way, on that defense. I mean, this is a player that I think is really solid around the board. I mean, and forever he was mocked to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Didn't absolutely end up going to Jacksonville. Ends up going to the Browns. I mean, this is what I was talking about just a little bit ago, Keith. You're able to get a solid player and a blue chip, I think, in my opinion, defensive lineman in this class. I think he's the best defensive lineman in this draft class. I mean, a solid pick for Cleveland. And you're able to invest into another position where, again, it's a premium position up front. You got to be able to get after the quarterback and still get premium picks back for the future. I love this pick for the Cleveland Browns. Again, they're off to a very, very solid start to this draft so far.
I think it's a solid player, a solid pickup. I'll just put my 2 cents in. I'll go down the board. But my worry is it worth the investment this high in the draft? I'm looking for an absolute stud, someone that can change my franchise. And we all just saw the Cleveland Browns agree to a multi-year contract to a player that thought he was going to be out the door because he wanted to chase a championship. What do players like this necessarily do if you can't put other players around them? I would like to get somebody a little bit higher as far as a skill position player, but that's just me. I want to get Jody's thoughts on Mason Graham.
I think it's a great pick. Like Trevor said, you could pair him with Myles Garrett. That's a formidable, front line right there. Get after the quarterback. And like Trevor said, they needed multiple players, so one running back wasn't going to solve their problems. So I do like this pick.
All right, I'm in the deficit here. But I do want to get thoughts from Kenny Kirkpatrick. Kenny, what are your thoughts? And
we're going even, Keith, because I'm with you. I think when I look at Michigan's defense, loaded with first-round talent. But are some of these guys maybe a product of Wink Martindale's defensive scheme, who when with the Giants, a lot of blitzing? That defense was really good, and they're the reason why they probably won half of their games last year. So I don't love the pick. I don't hate the pick. I'm torn in the middle. I think the Browns could have maybe tried to even trade further back and get some more draft capital here. And maybe Mason Graham would have been on the board for them, further back. But for me, Travis Hunter, Mason Graham, I'm going Travis Hunter. So I wouldn't have traded back here to 5 for Mason Graham. Let's see who else they get in their load. But right now, I'm not as high on it as Trevor and Jody.
Yeah, I would. Like I said, I think he's a premier athlete. I think he's an absolute wrecking ball. I think that he's going to do fantastic things for the Cleveland Browns. I just question whether, again, maybe they're not a running back away, but do you turn your back on one of the best running backs? Maybe they're not, a wide receiver away, but do you turn your back on one of the best wide receivers? At some point, you need to start putting some pieces and some weapons around. And quite honestly, I'm a little bit worried about their offensive line as well. This defense was probably one of the best pieces for the Cleveland Browns and has been for the last few years. So for me, it's interesting. But as we sit right now, I'll go ahead and I'll take Mason Graham off the screen. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. I'll just ask Jody, is it anybody other than Ashton Genty? Would there be any reason they shouldn't go Ashton Genty?
No, I don't think so. But it was, I mean, as soon as Mason Graham was announced, the pick was in for the Raiders. So, I mean, they sprinted to the podium. So that's the only guy that makes sense here.
I'll go to Kenny, and it looks like they're walking up right now. You get the last thought.
It should be Janty. The wild card could be the offensive tackle Armand Embu. But I would predict it's Janty as well.
Well, there it is, gentlemen. You 2 predictions right, and Ashton Genty, Boise State running back, heading to the the Las Vegas Raiders. Man, I went way far back on that one. To the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm going to go with Trevor. Trevor, what are we going to be going up against in one Ashton Genty now as the Denver Broncos will be playing him at least twice a year?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give Kenny in our mock draft a kind of a shout out here, because this is something we've been predicting for a couple of months now. It was Ashton Genty possibly going to the Raiders. As soon as they got Geno Smith, you knew this had to be in their cards for this team. Pete Carroll being their head coach, loves to run the football. He's not afraid to invest into a running back. Me and Kenny have been saying that for a long time now. And so this ends up being the pick. I mean, this is a fabulous pick for the Raiders. This is why I didn't think Genty would even get out of the top 10. And I'm not surprised he went here. I think this is an explosive running back. He can do a little bit of everything. Can catch the ball out of the backfield. I think he's a willing blocker, a lot of speed. And teams are right now, Keith, they're in the phase where, and we're going to see this, I think, a couple times tonight, where running backs are kind of sort of a premium now because of what Saquon Barkley just did this past season and what some of these other running backs have done last year in free agency, and just the NFL adjusting to being able to run the football at a high pace. And so I love this pick, I think, for the Raiders if you're a Raiders fan. Bad for the Broncos, of course, because now you have to face a guy like Ashton Genty, multiple times throughout the season.
Kenny, one of the probably more premier talent in this draft. He's going to the Oakland Raiders. What do you see in Ashton Genty?
I see him as in year 1 could be a top 5 running back. And I also see trouble for AFC in the future if they build this. If let's hope the Raiders mess up this draft, because you got Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty now to worry about. If they stay on the offensive side of the ball, they're going to put up 30 points a game, but they're going to give up 40. So let's hope that they mess it up and they keep going offense and not worry about their defense, because right now, Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers, that's scary for the next 10 years. Yeah,
it is loading up on talent. I did hear another podcaster out there, pretty large and premier podcaster, though, also mentioned that, we are getting pretty dang excited about a 5'9" 5'10" running back out of Boise State. Is he that great of a product? You look at the competition that he had, the amount of touches, what they did in order to just rely on him in order to get where he's at. It'll be interesting to see what Ashton Genty is in this next level as well, because it's not that Georgia running back that we're used to. It's not that Texas running back that we're used to. It's a Boise State product. And it's a little bit different level of competition. He'll be taking a jump up for sure.
And go ahead, Cody.
I was going to ask, does it bug you guys that he, didn't run the 40 at the combine or at his pro day? Does that bug you at all?
No, not for me.
And I guess I would go all the way across the board. Probably not for me as well, because at some point you do have to rely on the tape, and you see sometimes these guys that just seem like they have, a different level of speed once they're on the field, once the ball's in their hand. So, but maybe I'm trying to make light of it because Ashton Genty, I think, was a dream for many of the Denver Broncos fans out there somehow to get him onto this team. Ends up not being the case. I'll go bottom up. Jody, does this take trading up into the top 10 off the board for the Denver Broncos now?
No, I don't think so. I think there's 2 other guys that they're still after or want.
Keep going right up the board. Kenny, do you think the Denver Broncos are still trading into the top 10 or trading up still in this draft? I'll even open it up that far.
Not in the top 10, but keep an eye out for Tyler Warren, because the Colts are picking at 14. See where he goes. Tet McMillan, see if he's in that 11, 12 range. Broncos may be in play just outside the top 10. They might get active.
Adam Schefter just reported that the Panthers are fielding trade calls for number 8, so that would be one to watch for Denver.
Adam Schefter, what does that guy know? Just kidding. Trevor, your thoughts, man. Same subject.
Yeah, I don't think it takes them out of that possibility at all. I actually don't think they were targeting Ashton Genty like everybody thought they were. I think that, yes, it's kind of a pipe dream, but I think that they kind of knew he was going to go high, and the price tag to be able to jump up that high was going to be pretty big. We're talking about you're having to get in front of the Raiders at 5 with Cleveland to be able to have a chance to take a guy like Ashton Genty. Is that a smart thing to do when this is a deep running back draft class? I think actually Trevion Henderson could be in play here for the Broncos if they want to move up in this draft. And the reason I say that is because watch for Chicago at 10. And I kind of said this, I think last night, on one of Kenny's shows over on KK. I said, if the Raiders take Ashton Genty, watch for Chicago to take a running back. And I think they like Trevion Henderson. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up going there to Chicago or they take an offensive lineman. But I think if Denver would move up, it might be try to get in front of Chicago.
Very good. Very good. What are we thinking now? I'll go to the guy with the New York state of mind, I guess you could say. One Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick. The Jets are on the clock. What are the Jets thinking at this point?
Mason Graham is off the board. I was thinking maybe defense with their new head coach, Aaron Glenn, coming over from Detroit. So I was thinking defense. I know offensive line is in play. Armand Embu's the name mentioned. I'm going to say defense. Will Johnson could be in play here. I'm thinking we'll, load up your secondary, or even Jalen Walker. Get Aaron Glenn like Jacksonville did a few picks ago. They got Liam Cohen, his offensive weapon. Get Aaron Glenn his defensive weapon. But I can also see them, if they decide to go, build the trenches on the offensive line.
All right. Jody, what are you thinking for the Jets here? Do they go for that offensive line? Do they go weapon? It's a different, whole new regime for the Jets, and the pick is in right now.
Mike.
I think they can go a lot of different ways. They need O-line help. They could use another wide receiver now that Devontae Adams is gone. They could use a tight end now that they lost Tyler Conklin to the Chargers. So, they can go a lot of different ways and fill needs. So,
very good. I'll give Trevor that last thought before we see the commissioner hit the stage here.
Yeah, I think for me, you could go in multiple different directions. Again, this is a Jets team that has multiple different needs, and maybe even, I don't even know if at some point in time were they willing to trade out of this pick, Keith. But I think offensive line makes a lot of sense here. Aaron Glenn's a defensive-minded head coach, and what does defensive-minded head coaches like to do? Run the football. So I think that, anything really makes sense here for the Jets. I don't think that they would take Shador here. I don't think that they're really high on him right now, but the Jets are one of those teams that have multiple needs that they have to address during this draft.
Very good. Well, the commissioner is now at the stage. He's making his selection, and I'll go ahead and I'll get it up on the stage, or on the screen, but I'll go to Jody first. Armand Membo is the selection. You mentioned it. I want you to talk about it as well.
They needed offensive line help. They lost their left tackle that they got from the Cowboys. So this makes a lot of sense. You need to do all you can to help Justin Fields and protect him. So this pick makes a lot of sense.
Kenny, what are your thoughts? Armand Membo, I know that you've been doing a lot of work on these offensive linemen as well. What are your thoughts on the product that they added and what it'll do for this team, for the other New York football team?
I think it's a great pick, Keith. I want to say a couple of hellos to some of the K&K Sports Show followers, Mark Calderio and Carson, my co-host over on K&K, Carson Shear Show. Both of those guys should be guests on day 3, so be sure to tune in. Carson's a Lion fan and Mark's a Giants fan. Nice. I think they got a great one, Keith, and this guy climbed up boards from late first round, early second round to top 10. So when a guy rises up boards that much, he might end up being the best offensive tackle out of this class when all is said and done, over Will Campbell. We'll see. I don't think there's anything wrong with this pick. And Darren Mugie, the former Bronco assistant, right? Assistant GM got his first pick, and I think it's a great one.
Absolutely. Trevor, one heck of a product out of Missouri. Junior comes out, and the offensive tackle now goes to the Jets. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like, again, not surprised that you have a defensive-minded head coach that wants to be able to run the football. And then there's been talk about this running back room, using multiple different running backs. We'll see how that ends up going. But I think really there was no wrong pick for the Jets here, in my opinion. They had multiple different needs. And again, I don't know if there was any consideration of possibly trading back here. I think that at least had to be in consideration, just knowing where the team's at. So I think that this is a solid pick for them. They got to tackle for the future and be able to protect Justin Fields, who they end up getting in free agency.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It sets them up. You got to start building in the trenches at some point, and like you said, they could have went a million different directions. We're getting words of the way the Panthers may or may not have gone. Looks like NFL Network is currently on a commercial break. Oops. Go ahead and remove that all off of there. But it's the Carolina Panthers. The pick is in. We'll be coming back from this break. I'll just say it right out. It looks like, by all accounts, it's going to be Tet McMillan. What does this mean if Tet McMillan is the pick as we come back from break? I want to start with you, Kenny.
What it means for the Panthers is they get a true number one wide receiver, pair him up with another young wide receiver they drafted last year, Xavier Legette, Bryce Young, second coming. This could be a sleeper team in a weak division, NFC South. Keep an eye out for the Panthers, what they do in the rest of this draft. They got a good one in Tet McMillan, and he was rumored to be trade up around 11, 12 for the Broncos. But when you're done with the other guys, Keith, I want to know. I got a question for you guys. I'll hold off on it because either before or after the pick is officially announced I got a question for you guys, but I'll hold off on it.
Very good. Jody, what did the Panthers get if this is official and they get Teteroa McMillan?
Mike.
Everything that Kenny just said. True number one wide receiver, big-bodied wide receiver. This was the number one guy I wanted Denver to go up and get. So, I mean, that tells you what I think of him. I love the pick for them. It will only help Bryce Young, like Kenny said, second coming.
Last but not least, Mr. Trevor Rocketman. What do you think about Tet McMillan, if that is the pick here? And we'll find out here shortly, going to the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you needed to add another playmaker for Bryce Young. I mean, I think you're starting to kind of build that up there in Carolina, but I think if you can add another playmaker, Tyler Warren would have made a lot of sense here, I think, as well. Could have went edge rushers here too, but they ended up going and get their wide receiver. I'm not as high on Tet McMillan as everybody else is. Like, I think he has a lot of upside, but I think that there's a lot more wide receiver depth in this class than people are giving this draft class credit for. So I think I'm not going to say it's a reach, but I'm just like, I think that you had a chance to possibly take, second best edge rusher off the board, or maybe take the number one tight end off the board in this draft class. And so for me, I mean, I don't know that I love the pick for Carolina, but I can certainly understand why they went in this direction.
And then I'm going to go quickly just to you and then over to Jody as well. What does this mean for the Denver Broncos, since this was a much rumored, candidate for the Denver Broncos to be aiming for?
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, there's other wide receivers down the board. I think day two, there's a lot of really good wide receivers, Keith, and I think that this, for me, means that the Broncos don't have to take a wide receiver in the first round. McMillan was a pipe dream. Genty was a pipe dream. But in actual reality, these guys went higher than what maybe some thought. I think the Broncos are still sitting in a really good spot and have a chance to get a really good player tonight.
Very good. Jody, I want your thoughts on this as well. Your mic is on, which is always good. And what does this mean for the Denver Broncos?
No, it's one less playmaker for them to, go after and get. But like Trevor said, there's still a lot of good playmakers out there, and I still expect them to draft a playmaker in this first round to help Bo Nix.
Very good. Well, it looks like the Panthers are, draft room. They're all shaking hands and on the phone and rustling about. Happy with where they're at, hugs all the way around. And that's what this is all about. I want to give hugs to every single one of you out there, all the posse. If you're joining a little bit later, the way that I want to do it is we're doing a great giveaway. DBR wins, DBR for Denver Bronco Roundup. We'll just do it easy that way. Wins. We have major prizes, including on the way a Bo Nix autographed jersey. We have our fantastic Denver Bronco Roundup snapbacks that we want to give away. We have some football cards that we'd like to give away as well, some numbered ones, some autograph cards. So if you haven't done it haven't done already, please type in DBR wins. Everyone gets qualified. Anybody that drops a few extra stars, we are going to find a way to make sure that you're a part of that, a piece of that, and maybe get a few extra entries in some way, somehow. So, Kenny, again, it's been an amazing draft so far. We've seen trades already. We've seen some wild picks maybe that we didn't see expected. I know that you're probably reeling still from getting your guy.
It hasn't sunk in yet because I'm thinking ahead now to the 20s if we're going to make a trade or not. But I did have a question for you guys and the Bronco fans.
Yeah.
There's a guy out there that I thought would have been picked by. This was the pick I thought he was going to go latest. Mr. Tyler Warren is still on the board, sitting at 9. If he gets by the Saints and Bears outside the top 10, are you starting to make phone calls to see if you can get Tyler Warren on the Broncos? I'll start with Keith.
We'll just do really quick. I'll say yes, but I'm looking for like just a small jump up. I'm not jumping all the way to the top. I'm going to see, what's a few picks in front of me, I guess is the best way to put it. Jody.
Oh, heck yeah. This is the number 2 guy I've wanted in this draft. So
making the phone calls. Trevor, your thoughts, and then we'll get to this pick that is in.
I think it depends on how far he drops, but I think again we have to continue to remember there's a price for everything. The higher the pick is, the more it's going to be. So I don't think the Broncos are going to be in the realm of just giving away draft capital. I think if he falls closer to 20, I think they may make a slight move up for him. I don't think they're going to be making a big trade up for him because we'll see kind of how far he ends up dropping, and maybe he's not the first tight end off the board. Let's keep that in mind. It might be Colston Lovin who's the first tight end off the board.
Keith, may I have one comment from Phil because he's dropping 50 stars for the Denver Bronco Roundup. Thank you, Phil. So far, I think the board has fallen pretty much on schedule. DBR wins.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phil, as always, for the support at Denver Bronco Roundup that you give us each and every week.
Absolutely. And reports that the New Orleans Saints pick is already in, but I do want to get to this one and just talk a little bit about this amazing wide receiver, one of the first wide receiver taken off the board. Arizona junior, 6'5", 212 pounds. A huge catch radius. Honestly, when I first looked at him, and I had to back off a little bit, I see like a Randy Moss-esque type of guy. A guy that has not only that huge catch radius, but uses his body really well in order to shield himself. Can pull in catches along the sideline that nobody else can. It'll be really interesting to see now. Tet here going out and being drafted and see what he is able to do in the NFL. I do want to get just maybe one more thought all the way around the board. I'll start with the guy above me, Trevor. Any last thoughts on Tet McMillan?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of upside here, Keith. I think that I sounded really down on the pick beforehand. I think it's still not like an A+ pick for me, but I think it's a solid pick. Tet McMillan for me kind of reminds me a little bit of Mike Evans. Actually, I think he might end up turning into that Mike Evans, and I don't want to say that with no disrespect, because Mike Evans is going to end up being a Hall of Famer. So I think he has that kind of upside though, and I would imagine that that's what Carolina ended up seeing, going to get a possible number 1 wide receiver for their quarterback of the future that they hope so, and Bryce Young.
Yeah. Jody, last thoughts on Tet McMillan?
I think it's a great pick for the Panthers. It's only going to help Bryce Young. He needs a true number 1 wide receiver there, and this is a true number 1 big-bodied wide receiver.
And my good friend Kenny Kirkpatrick, your thoughts, sir?
My thoughts. Trevor stole them. So, you've seen the famous comedian Jeff Dunham. Well, what Trevor said, Mike Evans. That's what I wanted to say. 6'5", 212. Does he not look like Mike Evans? And Bryce Young's going to get a huge target. And again, he's going to be. I think he's going to. It's an A for me. I think he's going to be a true number one wide receiver in this league. And Panthers sleeper team with this pick.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I love the product. I did end up going kind of back in my mind and my thoughts and just how much this guy rose up the boards. I still remember when it was Michael Ronquillo jumping in early on podcasts talking about Tet McMillan before anybody had him, because we had other products and other wide receivers out there that I think hit the board first in early mock drafts right after the season was over from larger schools. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens to some of these other receivers like Emeka Egbuka, just for instance. I'll be interested to see, since they have kind of a similar profile, where Emeka Egbuka ends up going now in comparison, that Tet McMillan is raised all the way to the top. The Saints pick is in, and it looks like the Saints.
Keith.
Go ahead, sir.
Keith Stober dropped 99 stars. No comment. I just wanted to make sure that didn't get lost in the comments. Thank you, Keith. A new name. I don't recognize him. Maybe you guys, before I came over to Denver Bronco Roundup, maybe he's a name from the past. But thank you for joining us, Keith.
Yeah, and a great name, Keith. I appreciate you jumping in here. If you haven't done already, we have the giveaway. Great prizes. DBR wins. Type in DBR wins. I'd love to have you entered. And star providers will get a little bit of an extra love. We got a Kenny, you nailed it. This draft is going much quicker than I ever expected, man. We're just flying picks off the board. I'm going to throw the next one in here. I'm going to have Kenny, since I referenced you, I'll have you talk about it first. Talk about Kelvin Banks Jr. to the New Orleans Saints. Maybe is this our first shakeup here?
You would think so, but I'm going to say no. You got new head coach over there, Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator from the Eagles. He knows how you got to win games. You got to protect your quarterback, whoever it is. Calvin Banks was blocking for, the Texas Longhorns, blocking for Quinn Ewers' blindside. This is a great pick for Kellen Moore. He's got his anchor on the offensive line for years to come now. I think this guy's going to be a good one. And Saints made the right pick here and not reach for a quarterback here at 9.
Yeah. Didn't reach for the quarterback. Lots of rumors about that. Jody, any surprise that they didn't go quarterback here? And what are your thoughts around the product out of Texas, offensive tackle here? Kelvin Banks, sorry.
No surprises. They have a lot of needs, and if you take the Sean Payton mold, what he did when he first came to Denver, he built this O-line right away, and I think that's what the Saints are going to do there as well. Build the line.
Nice. And not last but not least, I can't even keep track of how we've been doing our around the horn, but your thoughts, Trevor. Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas. How do you feel about him? How did you have him graded out in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's a tackle that has a lot of upside, Keith, and we keep saying upside multiple times, but that's really what teams look at is upside, and be able to develop that player. You have a guy in Kellen Moore, offensive mind, wants to bring in more weapons, for himself. And weapons, and I say weapons, I say offensive linemen, be able to protect your quarterback. We'll see what Derek Carr's situation kind of looks like at there. I would be interesting to see what Kellen Moore thinks of Spencer Rattler, a guy they took a year ago, different coaching staff at the time. But I think this is a solid pick for the Saints. Again, like Jody said, this is a team that has multiple needs that they have to address in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Pick is in for the Bears, and they're already walking up on stage, I believe. It looks like it's going to be a little bit longer announcement. They have a presentation that they're going to do. But, man, you just keep knocking it out of the park in that first comment, Kenny. This is going so much quicker. Paul's got a question. Do you see anybody who's falling so far? Kenny, what are your thoughts on who's falling so far? Anybody as of yet?
Yeah, I do have a couple. And Trevor, check the private chat if you don't mind and answer my question. Tyler Warren's dropping, in my opinion. He's one, and I'm curious to see how far, not a fall yet, but I think one that we may see fall is Shamar Stewart. Not there yet, but I think this could be the one that falls.
Trevor, what are your thoughts for Paul? Do you see anybody who's who has fallen so far? I mean, we're only not that far in. We're only 10 picks in. But did you have somebody already ranked, gone already that hasn't gone all so far?
I would say, I mean, there's a couple guys, Tyler Warren and Will Johnson are starting to fall out of the top 10. Those are two names that are coming to mind first and foremost. Also, I thought we'd see another edge rusher getting taken, but we haven't seen another one being taken since Abdul Carter went 3 to the Giants. So, but those two, being those two players I just named are the two guys that are dropping so far. We'll see how far they end up dropping. In this next pick, I think we'll tell a little bit of one player that is continuing to drop even after this pick at tier 10.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We do have Pearl saying, and it's fair. Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, again, a lot of people had Shedeur maybe mocked to your New York Football Giants there at number 3. Heck, maybe even the Cleveland Browns at number 2 as they're in search for a quarterback. So far, as of right now, I think that we're seeing a few people fall. I would definitely agree with Tyler Warren. I definitely agree with Shedeur Sanders as well. Nice run on offensive line, defensive line, and cornerback would be nice with Hampton sandwiched in. Glenn's hoping Hampton goes, and then we have a lot of other options at that point. But we got the commissioner up there at the podium, and he's making the selection for the Bears, or announcing it, and hopefully we'll have that soon and be able to react to that as well. It's been one where we've already seen some targets for the Broncos, I think, or at least the targets in the Broncos fans' mind already got off the board. So it'll be interesting to see again where we'll end up for by the time we get to 20. Again, Aston Genty, I think, was someplace. It was maybe a pipe dream, but someone that the Broncos really wanted, or Broncos fans really wanted. Ted McMillan, here's another guy that ends up being just an absolute magnet, for when it came to the talk and the chatter for the Denver Broncos and the Denver Broncos fans. So now we're starting to see these pieces go away. Is it Omarion Hampton? Is it Travion Henderson? Do we get Tyler Warren? There's lots of different options at this point. It'll be interesting to see exactly what happens.
Absolutely.
Trevor, Bears, any thoughts of which direction the Bears need to go in this draft, and just in general, and one, that they could be taking here as well?
I think they're going to end up actually moving up for a running back at some point in time, Keith. They have to address that running back room. I mean, you have Swift, and I don't think Ben Johnson's a huge fan of Swift. They didn't do anything in free agency at running back. So running back's got to be in play at some point in time here for the Bears. If it's not here at 10, it's got to be down the board, maybe day 2. But I think I could see them possibly being aggressive into getting one. But I think more weapons for Caleb Williams will make a lot of sense. They could go many different directions here. But, I mean, again, I think there's a lot of really good players still on the board. And then there's the pick right there, Colson Loveland to the Chicago Bears.
There you go, man. I'll let you talk about it for a couple seconds and then get over to Kenny Kirkpatrick, and I've talked enough.
Yeah, I don't know that if I just jinxed it, because I just said a couple picks ago, I said, I don't even know if Tyler Warren's going to be the first tight end off the board. I just said it could be Colson Loveland, and that ended up being the pick here at 10 for the Chicago Bears. I think Colson Loveland, if healthy, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a really solid tight end and a guy that can grow into himself, and a tight end that maybe doesn't have the most upside as a guy like Tyler Warren, and maybe it's not the athlete that Tyler Warren is, but is a guy that can step onto the field right away and be an impactful player down the field. Is a really good route runner. I think a willing blocker, a solid blocker, and I think this is a solid pick for the Chicago Bears. I mean, you're talking about a team that we didn't know really if they're going to go tight end here in the first round. Maybe a running back, Travion Henderson, I think, is a guy they do like. But a guy like Colson Loveland, very solid player all the way around, and can be an immediate player, impact player day one. With maybe Warren has a higher upside, maybe it might take him a little bit longer to be that impactful player year one.
It'll some people had him 1, some people had him 2, some people had him 3. But I want to get Kenny's thoughts. What are your thoughts here as Colston Loveland goes to the Chicago Bears?
I'm a little surprised, but we say trust Sean Payton, right, for the Broncos. That's my saying. Trust Ben Johnson. He got his Sam Laporta with this pick. He's got Cole Kmet over there. Watch and see if Cole Kmet might be a late trade now with Cole Kmet. You know, maybe like Trevor alluded, you know, they need running backs. So get a couple picks and double dip in the middle rounds for running back. But a little surprised here, but you know, I'm not surprised in the same sense that it was Ben Johnson who took this guy, because he reminds me of Sam Laporta.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me too, just, you know, the 2 tight end set. It's something that you see a lot of more and more. I think that's something that Ben Johnson likes to run as well, that 21 personnel. And now they got a great 21 personnel. Cole Kmet can be a little bit more focused in line. And now you have Loveland that can go right down the field and spread that defense out. I think it might be a great pickup. They obviously really liked what they saw in Colston Loveland.
Keith, if you don't mind, Keith
yes, sir.
Sober has a question, and he's new to the posse, so I figure let's get his question up if that's okay.
Absolutely.
He wants to know if you guys see Denver trading up, if we see Denver trading up the way the draft is going, Keith.
I want to default to Trevor first and get your thoughts on that. Trevor, do you think there's still opportunity for the Denver Broncos to move up in this draft, and do they do so?
That's a great question. I mean, is there another running back that's going to get taken from here on until 20? I mean, I just don't know if they're in love with Tyler Warren enough. And I think this is going to be my question, and was going to be my question, was there people, you know, maybe hyping up Tyler Warren a little bit too much, because he just got passed upon. Multiple different teams just passed upon Tyler Warren, and he wasn't even the first tight end off the board. I mean, I think he's a little raw in there. I don't know that Denver's gun again. I mean, there were 7 picks away from them end up selecting here. I don't know if they want to be that aggressive to trading up for Tyler Warren. I think it's definitely still in their cards if they really want to. They got to be in love with the guy, though, if they're going to trade draft capital to go up and get this guy. We'll see how far he drops. But if he continues to keep dropping, I don't know why the Broncos would, you know, end up needing to trade up. I mean, we'll see what teams, you know, really love a guy like Tyler Warren. But to answer this question, I mean, for me, it's still in the cards. We'll see exactly which player they end up going to get. I don't know if they want to give up a ton to do so, though, for a tight end when maybe you can get one day 2 that's still really good.
I still think it's an absolute possibility, Keith. I think the Denver Broncos have been looking for a wide receiver. I think if they feel threatened and they just want to move up a pick, 2 picks, 3 picks to make sure that they get that selection, I would not rule it out of the realm of possibilities. I think the Denver Broncos have been throwing smoke screens, and I wouldn't doubt if they go wide receiver. Now, if they get scared, they get nervous, and they want to make sure they get the guy that they want, I could absolutely see them doing so just to make sure. There's been a wild and crazy draft so far. Why risk it? You know, you could see all your dreams and your hopes go just one in front of you. Sean Payton knows that feeling, as he had Patrick Mahomes robbed from him when he was with the New Orleans Saints, going just a pick before when the Chiefs traded up. So it'd be interesting to see if Sean gets nervous and wants to make that effort. Great question, by the way. Appreciate all the interaction.
I'll just say real quick, Keith. Trevor alluded Warren dropping. If he gets past the Colts, I am definitely worried about Tyler Warren, because that's the team that has been mocked for tight end by every expert in that's doing mock drafts. If Tyler Warren gets past the Colts, I don't know. And Glenn loves him, by the way. He wants to trade up now and get Tyler Warren. I'm with him. I like Tyler Warren. You know, if that's the guy, you trust the process. So if whoever the Broncos take, I'm trusting it. But the way this board's falling, I think we're going to see a run of edge rushers coming with teams that I see up on the board after the Cowboys. You know, you got the Dolphins going to be looking deep. A lot of defense, I should say. You're going to see a run on defensive players, I think, minus the Colts. Falcons coming up, Cardinals, you know. some teams. So Warren could slip.
Yeah, as I've been sitting here producing, thinking of questions, trying to get everything up and down, it'll be so interesting to go back and look at this draft at the end of the night and see all the different runs and all the different ways that it's went. It seems like it's all a blur. It seems like everything happens so fast now on these drafts, and the pick is in for the 49ers now, and it looks like they're going to be announcing it. They got a special selection from a military official. It looks like military personnel that's going to make this selection for them. So that's thanks again to our troops out there protecting us every single day. We appreciate you. It'll be interesting. 49ers have seen their team just be decimated and go a million different directions this offseason. But the pick is in, and the 49ers. I guess that they were just making a tribute. So it looks like the commissioner's still making the pick. So Michael just keeps throwing out there the Broncos are rumored trading up for tighter end Tyler Warren before the Indianapolis Colts. And like I said, it's a wild draft. It's why we're here. We're trying to break it down all the way along the way and get all these different reactions, especially in a wild draft like this where we may not have expected to see a ton of movement all the way across the board. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll throw it up. Go ahead. And Trevor, I'm going to throw this up on the board and go ahead and talk for a second and take over and your thoughts on this pick as well.
I was just going to say, I don't even know if he mixes with the Colts at 14. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Warren goes off the board a little bit sooner, even before the Colts even pick. But if I'll talk about Mykel Williams while he's on the screen for a second, Keith, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I like Mykel Williams a lot. I mean, again, I think Kenny's right. We may see this run up on edge rushers start to come up a little bit. We haven't seen one since Abdul Carter was picked at number 3. So I think this is a really good, solid pick, I think, for the 49ers. A lot of upside here with this player. I think that, I mean, again, they had to go defense, right? I mean, I don't think that you could have really went on the offense side of the ball. They lost a lot of players in the offseason and during free agency period, in particular on the defensive side of the ball. So I think this is a good pick for the 49ers if they're going to stick and pick here. And so I like the pick here for them, and they got to be able to build that defense back up after losing multiple players on that defensive side of the ball.
And Keith, real quick, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Michael's comment on the Broncos rumor was with 100 stars.
Oh, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate all the love and support that you guys are all bringing. The posse is coming in here with all your thoughts and questions, and just hanging out here on the Denver Bronco Roundup, Rocky Mountain Sports Network, K&K Sports Show. The pick is in draft show for the entire draft. Kenny, I'm going to get your thoughts on the pick of Mykel Williams as well. We'll get down to Jody. I'm going to jump off screen for just 2 seconds, and I'll let Trevor take the board. All right?
Sounds good. I like Mykel Williams. Trevor and we mocked him pretty high in our last mock draft. The mock draft that Keith and I did, we had him mocked high. So I think a lot of people have Mykel Williams as the second best edge rusher in this class behind Carter. I'm curious to see if we get that run on edge rushers coming soon. And Mike Green comes to mind, Shamar Stewart. That's the one I'm afraid might drop. We're going to see. Mike Green, maybe some character issues, played in Marshall, smaller school. We're going to see if we're going to get that run on edge rushers, and who the next one is going to be interesting too. So I think they got a good one, Trevor.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. Jody, what's your opinion? I don't think we've gotten Jody's thoughts really quick. Jody, what's your thoughts on Mykel Williams to the 49ers?
Oh, I think he's an elite edge rusher. And like everyone said, I think you start to see a little run on edge rushers. If not the second most important position, the third most important position on the football field. If you can get after the quarterback, you can wreck a game. I mean, Broncos fans know better than anyone. We watched Von Miller wreck a Super Bowl and basically win us a Super Bowl. So I think this is a great pick, and the more elite edge rushers you can have, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree. And I mean, I think that this is a pick for the 49ers where you really couldn't go offensive side of the ball here, in my opinion. Kenny, whenever the Dallas pick is officially in, we'll go ahead and announce that. I Keith, I
Our
think
two reliable sources just put it up, and I'm fist pumping as a Giant fan because there were some players I did not want going to the Cowboys. Tyler Warren, Henderson, even Amari Hampton. I did not want any of them going to the Cowboys. So fist pump for me. Yes, love this. I think that was a little. He's good, but in a need for them. But if you want to put it up, I think we got reliable sources that it's official.
Yeah. Okay. Let me remove this really quick. And I think that I'm gonna let Keith come back with the image here, so he can add it to the stage here. But yeah. So the pick is in. We'll just go ahead and announce it here. With the 12th pick, the Dallas Cowboys end up taking guard Tyler Booker out of Alabama. Jody, your thoughts on this pick? The pick that Dallas ended up picking here. We thought they maybe go playmaker, maybe a running back, maybe Omarion Hampton, maybe a wide receiver, but they end up going offensive line here.
They had to replace Zach Martin, so I think this makes a lot of sense. Zach Martin was an anchor for that O-line for 15 years. He had the wildest stats of less holding calls than penalties or something like that. So you got to replace that, and I think they took it serious. Dak's coming off an injury, and it's a major injury with his groin. Who knows how mobile he'll be? So all the protection he can get. So this pick makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. And Kenny, are you surprised that they ended up going offense side of the ball?
No, I'm not surprised, and I'm fist pumping for the Broncos because I know a lot of people don't like Hampton. But I'll be okay if the Broncos take Hampton at 20. And it's starting to look in the Broncos' favor that they're going to get one of the guys, if they go offense, that will help the Broncos if they go offense. There's some good playmakers out there. So I'm not surprised by the pick. They need to protect the $60 million man. And that's how you do it by getting the best ranked guard in the draft. So it's a good pick for the Cowboys. I think a smart pick. And they'll deal with running back maybe in the second round.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things where your head coach kind of matters because Schottenheimer, an offensive mind, goes offense. I mean, we're starting to see some of these these offensive minds really prioritize, going towards the offensive side of the ball. So I think it's a solid pick here for the Cowboys as well. Fix their offensive line a little bit. I think Booker, I think that he's kind of getting undervalued a little bit for the player he is, just a solid all-around player. And I think, again, you have to be able to protect Dak Prescott, like you said, Kenny, because you paid him a lot of money to be very good. Yeah.
And you're seeing, we saw it with the Saints, Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator, build the trenches, protect your quarterback. Same with just now Schottenheimer, they take Booker for his offense that he wants to run. Even the Bears, Colston Loveland, he's going to have to block. He's got, and he is a decent blocking tight end. So all three offensive-minded head coaches, and then the Jaguars at the top get the two-way players. So all the offensive-minded head coaches went offense. The GMs rewarded them with an offensive pick.
Yeah, and for me, Tyler Booker, a guy that was probably one of my favorite prospects. I love the length. You can see it in the image there, the arms that he has, the way he's able to get out there and just protect. I'm surprised that, it says position guard, but this guy can absolutely play, I feel, almost all the way along the line. You're getting a freak athlete, I think, in Tyler Booker.
And Keith, I know you remember this name. Like, I don't know if Trevor and Jody will. Nate Newton. Doesn't he remind you of Nate Newton? That stance right there, the old Cowboy great lineman. Looks like a little Nate Newton there. So Tyler Booker, congratulations, Cowboys. I think you got a good one. And, he's going to have to learn how to, if he plays tackle, he's going to learn how to block Abdul Carter. So bring it on, Cowboys. Bring it on.
For me, also kind of just a surprising pick. Just Jerry out there not being Jerry, I guess. He very well had a lot of different picks he could have went in, and a lot of different directions he could have went with this pick. And Tyler Booker was more of a safer choice. Jody, did you chime in on Tyler Booker? I don't know if I joined in a little bit late.
Yeah, I did. I think it makes a lot of sense for him. You got to replace Zach Martin. So
very good. Yeah. The one thing that I look at, though, too, this is, like I said, this not being a pick that I expected. I expected more of a positional type of player from the Cowboys, whether that be an Amarian Hampton, whether that be a wide receiver like a Mecca Buka that's still on the board. There's a lot of different directions they could have went, and that now continues to push those pieces down the board when it comes to our Denver Broncos. So, everything is starting to play out to really allow them to get a premier athlete if we keep going this direction.
Mm-hmm. See, for me, I think this is more of a Brian Schottenheimer pick, Keith. I think I wanted to kind of continue on what you were trying to say. Mm-hmm. I think Jerry Jones kind of maybe stepping back a little bit with this pick and letting his head coach pick his guy to run his offense. So that's why I think this pick is more of a Brian Schottenheimer pick than anything. So it tells me.
I think the new coaches got rewarded with the GMs, and they each let their head coach put in a lot of say. It kind of looks like that, the way the picks were made, but with the new head coaches, that they had a lot to say in the pick.
Yeah. Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins are going to be the next one on the clock. Miami Dolphins. Yep. Jody, I'll go to you, man. All right, Jody might be distracted. Jody, are you here? Can you give me your thoughts on where you think where the Dolphins go? Another team that could use multiple positions filled.
I think they can go multiple positions: O-line, D-line, cornerback. I see tight end every once in a while, but I don't think they need that. I kind of see the cornerback out of Michigan falling right here.
Kenny, any thoughts?
I would say top priority, definitely something on the defense, but I'm thinking Will Johnson's on that board still. Malachi Starks, that would be the direction I would go if I was the Dolphins, and that would be my A pick for them at 13.
Very good. Trevor, any thoughts here?
Yeah, for me, this is a Miami team that, honestly, they kind of missed out on the offensive line. In my opinion, they're just a lot of different offensive linemen just went off the board here, and they missed out on their opportunity. I think if you're Miami, I think they should have been a little bit more aggressive to move up to go get their offensive linemen here. I'm a little surprised that they didn't do so. You have to be able to protect Tua. And he's had trouble staying on the field in the past, of course, with the concussions and whatnot. So I think the offensive line should have been more of a need here, I think, for Miami, and that's just something they're going to have to invest in as long as they have Tua behind there, because again, with the injury history there and paying him all that money that they're paying him to be their starting quarterback, you have to be able to protect him and keep him upright.
Kenneth Grant ends up being the pick. Defensive tackle out of Michigan. I'm going to go to Jody first on this. I know that you watch a lot of college football. You watched a lot of Kenneth Grant. What do you see in Kenneth Grant? When did the Miami Dolphins get in here?
Oh, for me, probably one of the best defensive linemen in this draft. This is a guy that I know Trevor's brought up multiple times. They had multiple needs, so I think he fits well with what they needed. They get Bradley Chubb back. They get some other injured guys back on that D line, so he fits right in.
Kenny, I'll get your thoughts on Kenneth Grant.
I like him, Keith. I thought he would have definitely lasted to the later in the first round, maybe even an early second round pick. So they had him really high on their board. I would have, if I'm not watching hours and hours of tape on him, but I would have went secondary. Will Johnson's still on the board, his teammate at Michigan. Malachi Starks is still on the board. Jahad Campbell. There's a lot of guys I got highly ranked in these team picks here coming up that I would have taken over Kenneth Grant. But excellent pick. I think he's definitely a trenches guy, will stop the run and played at that Wink Martindale's elite defense. So can't go wrong there. Pro ready. Definitely pro ready.
Nice. Trevor, your thoughts, buddy?
Yeah, I love Kenneth Grant. I think that he, for me, a lot of upside there. Big body. This is a guy that's just going to eat up running backs. I think this is, other than the offensive line, which I think Miami should have just done a better job of taking serious, in my opinion. Kenneth Grant up front, being able to stop the run, I think is huge for this team. They really got to do a better job developing players on the defensive side of the ball. We don't even know if Jalen Rames is going to be there this coming up season as well. He's been rumored kind of around the league a little bit as well. So I I like the Miami. If they're not going to go offensive line, I like them reinvesting to that defensive line a little bit and kind of trying to shore up that defense going forward into the next season.
I'll go back around. I'll start with you, though. The pick is in for the Colts. Any reason to believe it's not Tyler Warren? That's been rumored from almost the get.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really surprised if it's gonna be Tyler Warren. I mean, I don't know where the direction if you're the Colts that you're gonna go. I mean, they need to address tight end. Maybe Colson Loveland probably would have been here on the on their radar if he was still here. But again, he was the first tight end taken off the board. Tyler Warren slips to the Colts here, which I think he was mocked to quite often, if I remember right. So I'm not surprised if the Colts end up going Tyler Warren here, upside tight end, and another guy, another playmaker for Anthony Richardson.
All right. Well, right now it looks like the pick is in. It's the pick we thought it was going to be, and it's the pick that was mocked. So, Kenny, I want to get your first thoughts on Tyler Warren to the Indianapolis Colts.
It was definitely a need. The Broncos had, in my opinion, the worst tight end room before the Evan Ingram signing. The Colts took over that role heading into the draft. I think Mo Alley Cox was their number one tight end. So definitely a need. You don't know where they had Tyler Warren, Loveland ranked on the board. I think they're ecstatic that they got Tyler Warren at 14. Nobody traded up to get him, and he fell into their laps at 14. They didn't have to trade up. They get a 6'6", as it shows on the screen, 257-pound tight end. But maybe not for Anthony Richardson. Could be for Danny Dimes throwing him the ball.
Hey, who knows? Who knows what's happening in Indianapolis when it comes to the quarterback position? But right now, I guess Anthony Richardson. Jody, I want to get your thoughts now that Tyler Warren's off the board again. Broncos country really, really fell in love with the idea of this prospect. What are the Indianapolis Colts getting?
Oh, an elite tight end. I mean, he's big. I think he filled the Joker role. He could block. He could also pass catch. I mean, like I said, he's 6'6", almost 260. So, and you got to get Anthony Richardson playmakers. And this is probably the best available playmaker on the board still. So,
I got a question coming in. I'm going to start with you, Jody. We'll go all the way back around, like I did before. So, did the Broncos take a surprise best player available slider like Egbuka, a defensive line, or trade back? What are your thoughts now that the Broncos have seen some of those pieces come off the board?
I think they'll look to trade back, but as you can see, there hasn't been many trades as of late. So, unless it's a team that wants to come up and get Sanders or maybe a Jackson Dart, I think Denver stays where they are at 20.
So I'm going to go up to Trevor on this one next, and then I'll have a different question for Kenny. Kenny, what do you think for the Broncos? Glenn's asking what they do here. Basically, surprise player, slider, trade back. What are your thoughts?
Broncos, I would take a surprise best player available slider. Shamar Stewart's on the board there. Derek Harmon, I would say maybe, with Kenneth Grant going before Derek Harmon. Watch out for those two, Glenn. I'm not high on the Egbuka right now, but defensive line, I wouldn't trade back. My sliders would be Stewart and Derek Harmon could be in play for the Broncos at 20.
All right. I was going to go to Trevor, but Kenny jumped right in. So, Trevor,
you said my name. You did say my name, so I thought.
Did I? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I meant to say Trevor if I said otherwise. Trevor, I do want to get your thoughts on this, but I do have a question for Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that the Broncos can really sit there at 20 and probably take the running back of their choosing. Honestly, I mean, that could be Hampton, that could be Travion Henderson, probably even take a defensive lineman of their choosing. I mean, how high were they on Kenneth Grant? We will never know. I don't think they're willing to trade up to go get him, but I think Walter Nolan's available there at 20. I think he's going to be in consideration there for them. Again, running back of their choosing. I don't think they're taking wide receiver, but we shall see. I don't think it's completely off the table for them there. I think Denver's actually sitting in a really good spot right now. Maybe they do end up trading back and still be able to go get a player that they want. Maybe, they have 5 players, let's just say right now on the board that they want. Maybe they can still trade back and get the player, one of those 5 players that they want on their board, and still be able to get more draft capital heading into tomorrow on day 2.
And this is my thought. I'm going to add my 2 cents in because Glenn nailed it. I think someone may come up for Shedeur Sanders. I mean, if there's anybody else that's interested, and I'll be honest. Obviously, my draft prediction that I had in my head, I shared with Kenny, did not come true. But there is a piece of it that could still, a portion of it that could still come true, and that's the Denver Broncos trading to the New York Giants, and the New York Giants getting Shedeur Sanders, and the Broncos picking up the 34th overall pick, as well as some other pieces and parts. It's a big drop out. I don't know if Broncos fans would be all too happy now that my other pieces didn't come true, which was a trade up earlier in this first round. But at this time, it's the only piece that's left. It's the only piece that's left. I don't know if it's going to come true at this point. I think the Broncos want to go ahead and make sure they secure themselves a piece. And we've only seen one running back come off the board so far as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they're tempted still in that direction, which a lot of Broncos fans and even the roster kind of points towards needing at this time. Kenny, let's flip on over though. The Colts have gone and now the Falcons are on the board. I know that you've been looking at a lot of different defensive linemen, a lot of different edge rushers, and that's what the Falcons are looking, as their biggest positional needs right now. Maybe linebacker as well, safety, corner. Well, just anybody on the defensive side of the ball. Who's the best pick right now, in your opinion, for the Falcons?
Yes, and Ernie was asking what pick we're on. We're on pick 15. Thank you, Roy, for answering Ernie while we were chatting over here. Definitely defense, 100% defense. My first thought would be edge rusher. It could be Mike Green, Jalen Walker. It could be Shamar Stewart, who's dropping, which I called. And Jahad Campbell's on the board there, the best linebacker ranked. And you got Malachi Starks, Will Johnson still sitting there. So many ways I would go edge, get a pass rusher to off the edge. I would go Mike Green or Shamar Stewart. Falls to them. I would go that route. Those would be my first two top picks.
Very good. I'll flip this over to Trevor as well, man. What are your thoughts on this one, man?
Excuse me, Keith, what was your question?
Best overall pick for the Falcons. It looks like they're still on the clock. They're using up every single second. Maybe they're going to pull a Vikings and let the clock run out. But your thoughts on what direction they should go?
I mean, they should go edge rusher. They should address that defensive line at some point in time. This is a team that also likes to take, history-wise, historically, they like to take playmakers in the first round. But I think this year, having a defensive-minded head coach like Raheem Morris, I think they need to address that defense and maybe go after an edge rusher here or address that defensive line at some point in time. They got to do something on that defense to fix it up. That secondary maybe as well, but I think that they need to get more pressure up front. That was their biggest problem last year. They were unable to get enough pressure on the quarterback to be having a successful defense.
Yeah. This defense suffered. Their defensive coordinator got let go. Defensive coordinator got let go because of it, and they're looking for a big change. I think on that side of the ball, I'd be surprised. I'd be shocked if this isn't a defensive player. Now, the defensive player that they have ranked highest on their board, that's going to be the question, because I think there's a ton of great players. Kenny, you just pointed it out, from Jihad Campbell to Will Campbell. You got lots of different options here for the Atlanta Falcons, as well as all those edge rushers. You're in love with Shamar Stewart, he's here. You're in love with Mike Green, he's here. So the Falcons, the pick is in. We're expecting to be announced here in just a moment, and looks like the commission will be walking up to the podium here in just a moment. What a crazy draft it's been. It would be made even crazier if all of a sudden the second quarterback comes off the board right here. Just kidding.
Again, another quarterback in the first round.
I'm just saying. It's about the only direction they can't go. I would be shocked, obviously, Bijan Robinson just being recently brought in. Running back isn't a need, but would you be surprised if they didn't even go tight end? Jody, what are your thoughts? They could even go tight end.
You're talking for the Falcons?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like the Kyle Pitts experiment has worked out all that well.
I don't think that they go tight end. I think that they got to do some. I mean, I think they're pretty well set on offense, so they're going to have to look defense, and I think they look at linebacker if they go anywhere.
There you go. Yeah, I think you need to look on the defensive side of the ball. The commissioner just announced it. I'll get the slide up here in just a moment, but it's linebacker Jalen Walker out of Georgia. I want to, I'll go ahead and I'll go to Kenny first. Jalen Walker, linebacker, Georgia. What are we getting, or what are the Atlanta Falcons getting there?
A leader, and that's what they need on defense. Somebody that's going to be, to run that defense, be the leader of the defense. Now you can build in the second and third rounds. Day 2, you can go get edge rusher, safety. You got a linebacker who's going to lead that defense, and a young stud. Him and Campbell were my 2 top ranked ones, like everybody else. So you can't go wrong with the Georgia boys. Ask the Eagles defense. Ask Philadelphia fans how all the Georgia defensive players how they're doing over there. So they get a good one in Jalen Walker, and edge. He can also play edge. I forgot about that. Little lighter at 245, so he's in between, the in-betweener. So wherever the Falcons want to play him, he's going to be good.
Awesome. Nice analysis. I'll go to Jody on this one. Jody, what do you see in one Jalen Walker?
Like Kenny said, he can play either inside or outside. Something Denver's familiar with Drew Sanders. It's a little more explosive than Drew Sanders, but it'll be interesting to see where Atlanta wants to play him, if he plays more outside or inside.
Agreed. Trevor, to you, sir. Jalen Walker, Georgia product. That Georgia defense has been absolutely tough, and they've been putting out players and product left and right. What are the Atlanta Falcons getting in Jalen Walker?
Yeah, just a multi-role kind of linebacker. Can play inside and out, edge and edge rusher there. I don't know how high I am on this pick, because I think you really need to solidify that edge rusher right there, and you have a lot of different edge rushers on the board, in my opinion, that are a little bit higher than Jalen Walker. I like Jalen Walker as an inside linebacker. I think there's better edge rushers on the board here for Atlanta, but I can certainly understand the pick here, and I think they needed to address that defense, like we just mentioned before the pick. But yeah, I mean, I think this was a player that I think I am high on. He's very athletic and is explosive. I just think that there's other edge rushers that I probably would have went after ahead of Jalen Walker.
Interesting, because you look at this Georgia defense. They were so stacked that when Jalen Walker walked in, he couldn't get on as an edge rusher. So what did he do? He went to the coaches. He went to the staff. He's like, I want to be on the play. I want to be on the field. I want to play. He ended up converting over to that linebacker role in order to get snaps on this roster for the Georgia Bulldogs. It'll be interesting. I think of like an Isaiah Simmons type of guy. He's kind of that tweener, kind of interesting, because we have the Arizona Cardinals who had Isaiah Simmons on their roster. But again, a guy that could probably play either. It'll be really interesting where they want to put him, where his focus is going to be, because I don't think you are going to play a and type of role. I think you need him to play one piece or the other. But I will say, one heck of an athlete, and he has the ability to come in and be dominant for the Atlanta Falcons, especially an Atlanta Falcons team that that has absolutely struggled all the way across the board.
And the reason why I'm a little bit like I said there's better edge rushers on the board is because I like James Pierce Jr. a little bit ahead of Jalen Walker. I just think for what Atlanta needs to be able to get after the quarterback, an established edge rusher, I think a guy like James Pierce Jr. would have been a better fit for them ahead of Jalen Walker. That's nothing against Jalen Walker. I like the player, like the prospect there and what he could possibly become. I just think you need a little bit more of an established edge rusher. And I think a guy like James Pierce Jr., who I'm very high on, would have been a better pick, in my opinion, over Walker.
Absolutely. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. I'm going to turn to Kenny first. Kenny, where do you think the Arizona Cardinals could, should, and would go here, as the commissioner will be taking the stage here shortly?
I think the Cardinals can go two ways, but before the pick comes in and I'm not even going to look at the chat. I'm going to say edge rusher. I think this is where you may see Mike Green go from Marshall. I think that'd be the pick. And then when we're done with that, Keith, I have some Giants news for our Giants fans out there. It's not a trade, but it is news I think worth mentioning.
Okay, very good. I'll go to Jody really quick. Arizona, what should, could, or would they do here with the overall 16th overall pick? No. Yes.
Sorry. They got more. I think they look at O-line here. I mean, you got to protect Kyler Murray. I think that's where they go. I mean, they went wide receiver last year with Harrison Jr., so I don't think that is the pick. So if I was going to guess, I would say O-line, you got to protect Kyler Murray.
Paul's saying Golden. Glenn Ashley's saying Walter Nolan. Will Johnson says Michael Ronquillo. What says you, Trevor?
Yeah, I agree with Michael. I mean, Will Johnson's just kind of sitting here on the board still. This far down, I think that you got to, if you're the Cardinals, you got to jump all over this.
Well, right now it's the commissioner jumping up on the stage announcing the Cardinals selection. Again, lots of opportunities for the Cardinals, a team that needs to improve, mainly on the defensive side. And it looks like that's the way that they're going. I can't remember who said it first. I'll go to Jody and talk about Walter Nolan here first.
Wow.
He gets compared to Jalen Carter a lot, so that's high praise. I think you're getting an elite defensive tackle. You've seen what elite defensive tackle play does in the NFL in the Super Bowl. They wrecked Patrick Mahomes. The Eagles did. So I think that's, and Sean Payton said it, running backs and interior defensive line was where this draft was the best at. So
there you go. Kenny, I think if I remember right, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you had him going later. Is that the case? If not, just let me know what your thoughts are on Walter Nolan.
Early drafts, Trevor and I did mock drafts early a couple months ago. Trevor picked him for the Broncos at 20, and I was definitely okay with that. I was definitely high on Walter Nolan too. I thought there were some little minor character issues that may have dropped him into the second round, but obviously the Cardinals aren't worried about that by taking him at 16. So that would have been my question. Some minor character issues.
Minor character issues. Might be some character issues, but that looks like one heck of a product to put on the field for the Arizona Cardinals. What say you, Trevor?
I mean, I love this player. I mean, this is the guy that had a lot of upside. I mean, for me, I mean, him and Kenneth Grant for me. I mean, if one of those two could fall to the Broncos at 20, I think that you seriously had to consider taking them. So for me, I mean, great pick for the Cardinals. I mean, this is a guy that has a lot of upside, can get after the quarterback, but also kind of reminds me of Zach Allen a little bit. He just takes on double teams all the time. I mean, in any defensive lineman that can take on double teams like that is a special player because it frees up everybody else on the field. So for me, Walter Nolan, I mean, a lot of upside. Hopefully the character issues start, at least the rumored character issues, I should say, get kind of ironed out. But Jonathan Gannon gets a heck of a defensive player here for his defense and a guy that can get after the quarterback at a high level.
And I think I was going to say, just really quick, I think you nailed it in one of your last pieces of your comment right there, Jonathan Gannon. If there's a guy that can go ahead and maybe motivate a player like Walter Nolan, Jonathan Gannon. I mean, that's a defensive-minded coach that should be absolutely ecstatic to mold a guy like Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan should feel the same.
Mm-hmm.
Two quick ones, Keith. Michael Ronquillo dropping 100 stars. 4 more picks for the Broncos. Thank you, Michael. Everybody's friend, Michael Ronquillo.
Absolutely.
He's taking care of the Denver Bronco Roundup, putting food on our plates this evening. Thank you, Michael. We really appreciate you. And for all the Giant fans out there and NFL fans, there were rumors about this guy maybe getting traded. The Giants exercised Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. So it looks like he is staying. So good job. Fist pumping even more because that's going to be a dangerous watch out, NFC East. Watch out, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, and Jaden Daniels. We're coming after you.
I can't imagine what's seen our special guest, Mr. Paul Rosen, who's reenacting once he heard Kayvon Thibodeau is coming back along with Abdul Carter now. So it's been a fantastic night. While we have a few seconds and before we get on the clock with the Bengals, and it'll be interesting to see what the Bengals do. Just a quick timeout. I wanted to tell everybody about our fantastic sponsor, and that's Morgan Trinkets. Morgan Trinkets has been your headquarters for Southwest Jewelry, Southwest Pottery, Estate Gold at wholesale prices for over 34 years. Once a nationwide company, now just in your backyard, Northern Colorado, Southern Wyoming, doing tons of shows, but also right over there on Etsy. Head on over to Etsy and type in Morgan Trinkets Co. That's Morgan Trinkets Co. And there you are. You're checking out everything that Pearl has to offer. By the way, Pearl told me that she reloaded a bunch of new inventory up on Etsy, and the shows might be a little bit sparse between now and in the next few weeks. So check out what she's got going on over at Etsy. By the way, she also has silver, sterling silver, 100% sterling silver available as well. All orders over $50 shipped absolutely free, and all major credit cards are accepted. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. Trevor, I want to get your thoughts on this one first. What they should they could they would they do will they do here at this pick and first for them in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, they got to go defense. I mean, you were able to retain T. Higgins. You got Jamar Chase on that big contract. Joe Burrow is still your starting quarterback, and you're paying a lot of money to. I mean, for me, you got to go defense. You have Trey Hendrickson, who's been involved in trade rumors all offseason. Will they pay him big money or will they not? I mean, we'll see how much money they have left over after paying T. Higgins that big money and paying Jamar Chase and paying Joe Burrow. But for me, yeah, defense. They got to go defense. I mean, I think that, edge rushers definitely on the board for them. Safety, Malachi Starks would be on the board for them here. But defense is definitely something. It's definitely a direction where they have to kind of go here to be able to address that defensive side of the ball. Because remember, that's what kept them out of the playoffs last year. They had a top 5 offense, but a bottom half defense this past season.
I agree, 100%. Getting a little bit of a drink off to the side, but I want to get Kenny's thoughts on this as well.
I'll do mine really quick, Keith, and then I want to Phil has comments. I want to get his in as well.
Okay.
Bengals defense, like Trevor alluded to, Shamar Stewart is dropping down boards. If the Bengals don't take edge rusher here, do they find a way to bring Trey Hendrickson back would be my question. The other one, secondaries out there, Will Johnson, the best corner, Jade Barron could be number 1 on many people's boards here in the 20s, thinking they're going to get him at 20. Watch out if Jade Barron goes ahead of Will Johnson. Malachi Starks. They got to go defense. I'm curious to see if it's going to be edge rusher. And then Keith, real quick, Phil McLaughlin dropping 200 stars. I see many good players available for us at 20, but also might make sense to trade back. Also, the NFL schedule comes out May 14th, fellas.
Yeah. And I'm going to get to another comment that did a prediction that the Broncos are going to trade back. I just have my slides all waiting as the Bengals are making their selection. It looks like we're heading to the stage and the commissioner is announcing it. It's going to be interesting. The Bengals, obviously, what's going to happen with Trey Hendrickson, and then they need to go ahead and upgrade that defense. But I'll go ahead and I'll let Kenny talk about this one first because he just talked about a guy that was fallen, and it was one Mr. Shamar Stewart, who is now a Cincinnati Bengal. Talk about Shamar Stewart and what you see in him.
Freak athlete. There's no question about it. Freakish athlete. I am concerned, and maybe some teams were too, with his lack of sacks. Only 1.5 sacks last year at Texas A&M. But freakish, 6'6", 290. He could be the future for the Bengals on the edge there for the next 5 years until his contract's up, or he could be a complete bust. But at 17, you're not picking in the top 5 where it's boom or bust here. You take a chance here. He dropped, and hopefully he becomes the elite pass rusher that a lot of people have him. I think he could be a bust.
Ooh, on the bust alert, Shamar Stewart for Mr. One Kenny Kirkpatrick. What say you, Trevor? What do you see in a Shamar Stewart? What are the Bengals getting?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's an explosive athlete. I think I kind of agree with Kenny on this. I'm not overly high on this pick. I think James Pierce Jr., again, he continues to fall down boards, and it's like, wow. I mean, this I just think that he's a lot. I mean, I think he's a better edge rusher right now than some of these other guys that are going. But Shamar Stewart, I mean, I think, again, the size is there, 6'6", 290. I just think that he's got to become a better tackler. He's got to start getting kind of more refined a little bit. The upside's there, but He's still a little raw when it comes to getting after the quarterback. The sacks didn't exactly line up to be double-digit sacks this year, but yeah, I don't love the pick here for Cincinnati, but I do love that they're at least addressing edge rusher here.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Shamar Stewart may not have had the production. His athletic score, 100. Perfect 100 athletic score. This guy, when you talk about, you guys both mentioned the phrase, freak athlete. Freak athlete. This guy has all the tools, all the potential. He is absolutely amazing. But can he put it all together? Can he do it at the NFL level? Can he get more production than what you just saw last year? Like you said, 1.5 sacks. I think that's the big question that's on people's mind. At the same time, here's a guy that looks every bit of the part. Kenny, I'll go back to you because you had mentioned it. Looking every bit of the part and then producing at the NFL level. What has you most worried about Shamar Stewart at the NFL level? You kind of put the B word out there, the bust word out there on him.
If he only had 1.5 sacks in the SEC, which is the best conference in college football, where's the sack production going to come in the NFL with all NFL talent, whereas the SEC had, 40, 50% NFL talent? Where's the sack production going to come? You're going to get that much of an upgrade in the NFL? I don't see it. I don't see double-digit sacks from him. That's what I want from an edge rusher. I would have went Mike Green in this position here. I would have taken a chance with him.
Maybe has a little bit of issues in his background himself, one Mike Green, but you love the production maybe in comparison to Shamar Stewart. What do you think Shamar Stewart will look like in a Cincinnati Bengals uniform? Trevor, are you expecting the production? Do you like what you've seen in college, and will it produce for the Bengals as well?
I think it's going to take some time. I'm not going to sit here and call him a bust right now just because I want to give him some time to be able to develop as a player. I just don't think maybe right away he's going to come out the gate as an elite pass rusher, but I think he's got those tools in that bag, Keith, to be able to be that elite pass rusher. He's certainly athletic. We already know that. Just got to get those pass rushing tools refined a little bit and develop as the season goes along. Right away, I don't think he's going to be that elite pass rusher, but that's fine. Over time, I think he'll develop that, and it's at a premium position. Most importantly, he's on that rookie contract.
Kenny, I'm going to go back to you. The Seattle Seahawks, like we said, this draft is just going fast. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. It took them no time at all. Maybe the last team that could take an offensive player in front of the Denver Broncos, the way that a lot of drafts have been going. What do you think the Seahawks need to do, could do, should do, will do?
I'll do my best, because this is always a boring pick from the Seahawks, so I'm yawning. It's going to be offensive line.
All right, very good. Quick one from Trevor as the commissioners on the podium.
Yeah, for me, this is a team that could go offensive line. They could go wide receiver. They lost DK Metcalf in the offseason. Don't really know what they have there. Tyler Lockett as well is gone. So got Cooper Kupp, but they need playmakers as well. And I think they'll address that some point in time in the draft if it's not here.
Well, it's not here. It was probably the guy who shot up more draft boards than anybody after the Senior Bowl. Gray Zabel, offensive lineman, to the Seattle Seahawks. I'll go back over to Kenny. Kenny, your thoughts on Greg Zabel, North Dakota State University, guard, center, tackle?
Okay, I woke up from my yawning because he's a good one. He's a good one. He rose up a lot of boards, and it's a good one for Seattle that they need to protect Sam Darnold. I didn't think it would be a good fit for the Broncos, so I'm glad he's off the board. I don't want to say good fit, not a need for the Broncos. So I think it's a good need for the Seahawks, and now they got him with Charles Cross. He can play multiple positions. If you need him at center, he can play center, and if you need him at guard, he can play guard. And they got a versatile offensive lineman and a good one. So it woke me up, Seattle. I'm not yawning anymore.
Welcome. I'm glad you're awake with us, Kenny. But I want to get Trevor's thoughts, man. What do you think about Gray Zabel, a guy that, again, I don't think was on anybody's radar until the Senior Bowl, and all of a sudden, bam, here he is, right here in the middle of the first round for the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, offensive line was an issue for this team last year, Keith. They weren't able to run the football effectively like they needed to. You have to get Kenneth Walker going at some point in time. You just invested a big time at quarterback with Sam Darnold this past offseason in free agency. So I think that, this is a solid pick for Seattle. Zabal going this high, maybe he's a little surprising to some. I think he's a really solid offensive lineman, multi-role kind of a guy. But I think this is a solid pick for Seattle, and this is a team that needs to reinvest in that offensive line to be able to help out their incoming quarterback and be able to run the football more effectively. Clint Kubiak is now their offensive coordinator as well.
Yeah, well, hats off to the North Dakota State football team. Bison, I should say, because they've been pumping out products fairly consistently. And here you go. You got the second interior offensive lineman off the board in one Grace Zabel. What a fantastic program that they put together out there. Of course, had a run of championships. And now Grace Zabel ends up, kind of staying in that Northwest, if you want to call North Dakota the Northwest. I'm sure if there was ever a football team there that was from the NFL, they would probably call the Northwest team. No, it stays up in that area, neck of the woods, and goes out to the Seattle Seahawks. Hey, this is a spot that the Seattle Seahawks have been going to time and time and time again. They've been trying to get this interior or this offensive line kind of fixed up in general. I don't think they're going to go a wrong or a bad direction in Grace Zabel. I am kind of surprised, again, a guy that kind of shot off draft boards really, really late and ends up overall in the very end, he ends up, staying, I guess, there on the draft board, higher up on the draft board and taken by the Seattle Seahawks. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. I'll get over to Kenny, man. Keep doing it. What should they do? What could they do? What will they do, in your opinion?
The long shot here could be a trade back, because there's no secondary guys in chat's been picked in the top 18 picks so far. So I would go secondary. Safeties are out there. Starks and Manowari. Corners are out there. Johnson, Barron, and Hairston are out there. Trade back. If this could, because the Broncos are picking, and Sean Payton don't like to trade back. So if you're the Browns or Giants, if you really want to get your quarterback, you should be calling the Buccaneers right now. But it's got to be secondary. I think it's safety. I would go Malachi Starks.
Malachi Starks, the pick is in. We'll have Commissioner coming up shortly. I want to get Trevor's thoughts on where the Buccaneers are going.
Yeah, a little surprised because I know what the pick is, but for me, I think that
go ahead. Go ahead and announce it if you know the pick. It's just about there anyway, and I'll go ahead and I'll get it loaded up on the board. Okay, but
yeah, at 19, Tampa ends up taking wide receiver Mecca Buka out of Ohio State. That's a surprising pick for me. You have Chris Godwin that's back. Mike Evans is there. McMillan was a guy that they thought highly of last season. They have Kate Auden at tight end. You add another playmaker to Baker Mayfield's arsenal there. That's huge. I did not expect Mecca Buka to go this high. In my opinion, again, I like Mecca Buka. Do I love Mecca Buka? That's a different story. I don't know if he's a number one wide receiver, but I think he's a solid wide receiver. A little surprised that they would go wide receiver here at 19. I thought they would go more on the defensive side of the ball, being who's still on the board, Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron, Malachi Starks here as well. So a little surprised here, though. But maybe this is, maybe a little bit refinement to their wide receiver room in case Chris Godwin's maybe not the same Chris Godwin that he once was.
Looking for those replacements, right? Looking for those replacements down in Tampa Bay, possibly. A direction I thought the Denver Broncos might go and still might go, looking for replacements for maybe a receiver that's at the end of their career, at least with this particular team. You never know. I want to get your thoughts, Kenny Kirkpatrick. Emeka Egbuka, obviously highly, highly rated by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're still actually awaiting for it to be announced on NFL Network, but expected any moment.
It's unbelievable talent. Could arguably be the best wide receiver out of this bunch. You can't go wrong with Ohio State wide receivers. Look at all the successes in the NFL currently and in the past. So I think it's a good pick. Gives them a lot of offense in a weak division. You got Evans who's getting older, and you got Godwin who's had some injuries. So surprising pick, yes, but future pick, great pick.
Future pick, great pick. I'll be honest, one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft. And I know that me and Trevor are probably on opposite sides of this, but I like what he brings. He's a leader. He's a captain. He goes out there. He's all about football all the time. Kenny, you just mentioned it. It's tough. It's tough not to think about just the replacements that you have down there for Tampa and who you're trying to replace, and then try to project an Emeka Ibuka into that role. It's really easy to do. Really easy to do. I like the player. I like the player a lot, and he's probably in a fantastic position too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When you're ready to talk Broncos, I got to ask you guys the first question.
Yeah, I think we're about there, man. We'll get on the clock and leave us plenty of time, and all the posse, everybody in the chat, chime in, because as we see here from Paul, Broncos on the clock.
My first question for you guys, the question I have for you guys, I'll go to Trevor first. Could you see a surprise pick here and have PS? We talked about it. Will Johnson was compared to PS2 in Lindy's draft guide right here. PS2 he's compared to. And then we said it, I joked around, PS4. He's sitting there now. You can have a PS4 upgrade on your defense. You go get Will Johnson, Trevor.
I hate to burst your bubble, Kenny. I don't think it's going to be Will Johnson. I think it's going to be either a running back or they're trading back at this point in time. I think you have the probably second best running back sitting here on the board at 20. You didn't have to move up or anything to go get that running back. I think that's either running back they're sticking to picking running back, or they're trading back and getting more draft capital based upon where the board's at. I like Will Johnson, but I think some teams maybe aren't as high on him as maybe some people think. Also, Jahdae Barron, I think, could also possibly go ahead of him.
Glenn likes Johnson, would be a great pick. Keith, can we upgrade to a PS4? He is compared to him. What a secondary you would have on both sides corner.
Yeah, possibly, man. I'm still not going Will Johnson myself, man. I'm going probably a different direction. I've been talking about it now for a while. I really thought that wide receiver was going to be the answer that the Broncos go here. And I still think there's some wide receivers out there that you need to target. I'm going to go ahead and I'm thinking Matthew Golden right here. That's the direction I want the Broncos to go, and I think you're getting an elite wide receiver. Want to get some thoughts from the posse as well. Henderson for Roy, Travion Henderson for Patrick Wiltsey. Johnson would be a great pick, says Glenn Ashley. Graham reporting a little bit. Giants are looking to trade back up into round one. Just like I was talking about. Maybe this is the spot.
2 quarterbacks.
You never know. You never know. And let's see. Glenn Ashley, we can move up for running back. Some great best players available. Paul's like, it's taking a long time.
I will say,
taking a long time.
I want to throw my 2 cents in with Johnson after Trevor.
I was just going to say, who's the player that you don't want the Broncos to take here at 20? Because I got one. It's Derek Harmon. I think he's solid. I just think that there's red flags there, in my opinion, when it comes to his health. And I think that there's upside there is limited, in my opinion. That's one player that I don't know that I would be in love with picking at 20.
Oh, man. I don't know who I wouldn't want them to take at this point. I don't want them to invest in the interior offensive line. I can tell you that. I don't think that's necessarily a need here, as much as I'd like to see center. But I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to see offensive line. Not here, not now.
For me, it's basically, I got to respectfully disagree. I don't like Matthew Golden. He got a lot of hype, and now he's dropping again. He was hyped as high as Dallas at 12 in some mock drafts. He's down here now at 20. A lot of drops that concern me. Do you want another player like Troy Franklin on the roster? And that's what I look at when I see Matthew Golden. The drops concern me. Real quick, my 2 cents on Will Johnson. If you're going best player available, he's probably the best player available on the Broncos board. And again, you can have 2 lockdown corners. If you're being compared to the defensive player of the year, sign me up, Bronco fans. Give me that. Give me that on both sides with Benito and my Zach Allen in the middle, Greenlaw at the linebackers. You're gonna have the top defense in the league possibly. So sign me up. Defense wins championships. Chat posse, Keith and Trevor. Sign me up. Get me Will Johnson. PS4.
There you go. I'm gonna go over to Trevor here real quick. I see a lot of yes, let's get Travion Henderson. But I also see a lot of no to Amarian Hampton.
I know who they picked, and I'm not going to say it as of right now. It might be a little bit surprising. It's not Will Johnson, and it's not a running back. I'll just say that.
There you go. But your thoughts on Amarian Hampton then, and why Denver Broncos country, Broncos fans have cooled so much on him when he's been rumored so much to the Broncos.
I mean, for me, I just don't think they're in love with him. I mean, I think he's rumored to the Broncos because of need. I don't think, and I don't necessarily think that that's always going to be the case. I mean, you need a running back, sure, but I don't think, I don't think it's going to be, necessarily the guy that they're in love with. I don't know where Amarian Hampton is on their board, but for me, he's probably a fourth, maybe third, fourth running back. I think overall running back in this draft class on my board. I'd be interested to see where other teams have him. Not saying that he still couldn't go first round, but I just think for me, I don't know if Hampton necessarily is, fits I got like Sean Payton's system, I should say.
I agree. Sorry, I'm reading through the comments. Carson's coming in here and saying, "Holy cow, the Broncos drafted Kurt Valente." That would be a quite an amazing one. The Broncos pick is in. Trevor's trying not to play the spoiler here to anybody. I see a few people in the comments who might be dropping some hints already in there. Maybe I'll just go ahead and drop it in. I want to get Trevor's reaction first, everybody.
Oh, you got a Buka up still, Keith.
Oops, I'm sorry. It's not that guy. I'm sorry. Let's go here.
I mean, we just mentioned it here a few minutes ago, and I'm going to want to give Mr. Kirkpatrick over here, my co-host, amazing co-host, props here. Jahdae Barron, I mean, went ahead of Will Johnson. I mean, I think if you're going to go corner here, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I am concerned, what does this mean for Jaquan McMillan? Because I don't think everybody had the Broncos taking a quarterback in the first round. Defensive line started flying off the board, Keith. So I think it really was best player available here. Jahdae Barron had to be pretty high on their board to be able to take a cornerback here. I love the player. I mean, I really do. I think he's probably, for me, second best cornerback in this draft class, I would say, behind a guy like Travis Hunter. I mean, he's just a great tackle, all-around tackler. Very good in coverage for me. I love the pick here for the Broncos. If you're going to go cornerback, this is, I think, the player to go here. And we've seen kind of corners not go off the board as early as maybe we thought. But Jahdae Barron being the second cornerback off the board here ahead of Will Johnson, I think is huge. I love the pick here. I think if you're going to go cornerback, Broncos continue to invest into the defensive side of the ball. Love the pick here.
Loves the pick. Paul Schaefer on the other side. Complete crap. He's not happy with where we went with the 20th overall pick. I want to get Kenny Kirkpatrick's thoughts on this as well.
Just saying, Will Johnson, PS4. Well, you know what? You didn't get a PS4, but you got an Xbox 360. So, now you got their top ranked corner, the first one off the board in this draft. They probably had ranked a lot higher than 20, and they probably had him, in my opinion, as a top 10 to 15 pick. And sitting there at 20, they couldn't pass that up. I like it, but I am worried now. Travion Henderson was the last 30-30 visit. They passed on Trevion Henderson when running back's a big need. I don't think he's going to be there at 51. I don't think, and they obviously didn't like Amarion Hampton neither here at 20. So there was probably no first round running back grades. This is the best player available. But I am concerned that Henderson and Hampton will not be a Bronco. They're going to go a different route at running back now.
Yeah. I thought this was going to be a possibility early in the draft cycle. Before we were out in free agency, everything, I still thought the cornerback could be it. You get fantastic on defense. You make it so that you're just impenetrable. And now you're sitting there. You're sitting there with a defense that Sean Payton alluded to is going to be able to help this offense, be able to help out Bo Nix and make this a better team by flipping the field, by getting 3 and outs, by creating shorter fields for Bo Nix. This is, hey, no smoke screen by Sean Payton. Hey, we're happy with our wide receivers. You get better with Bo Nix by going defense. Jahdae Barron, cornerback to the Denver Broncos from the Texas Longhorns. What an interesting pick for the Denver Broncos. Don't know if I necessarily saw this one coming. I don't know if anybody hit this in their mock drafts. But do not hate the pick at all. I think that there's opportunity to get some of those other skill positions a little bit later in the draft.
Absolutely, and he's great in disrupting timing routes. That's the thing. I mean, he's great when it comes to being able to get onto the ball and get onto the ball really quickly. So for me, Jahdae Barron, I mean, again, if you're going to go cornerback and reinvest in that room, this would be the player to do it. I mean, I just didn't know that. For me, I think the biggest surprise, Keith and Kenny and Posse, is I just didn't know that cornerback was this high on their list. I mean, anyways, I mean, I thought running back, maybe trade back, go get your running back into the first round was something they were looking at doing more than a cornerback. But I think it just goes to tell you they really did go best player available, best player that was high on their board regardless of position. And it was huge, absolutely huge for the Broncos. I like Barron a lot here if you're going to go cornerback. And maybe this does help Riley Moss and PS2 a little bit more, shores up that secondary a little bit more. Maybe Jaquan McMillan isn't exactly as safe as we all thought he might be.
Maybe there's still questions about Riley Moss.
Yeah.
Again, this is a guy that got injured, came back, didn't necessarily look 100% of himself. A guy like Jahdae Barron, all of a sudden he solidifies that back end right off the bat. Kenny, the commissioner just announced the pick. I'm going to have you be the first one to react to it. The Seattle Seahawks do not go quarterback. The Seattle Seahawks, or I'm sorry,
Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers don't go quarterback. The Pittsburgh Steelers go defense. They go Derek Harmon, the Oregon product. I want to get your thoughts on that, as the Steelers kind of maybe shock a lot of people and don't go with the quarterback here, where a lot of people thought they might target.
Well, I'm really glad the Giants didn't trade up because they didn't take quarterback now. And that did shock me. Shedeur Sanders may drop into the second round, everybody. Just saying. Derek Harmon, 6'5", 310, elite run stopper, played for, the Oregon Ducks, great team. Bo Nix's, alma mater over there. Defense, he'll play next to TJ Watt. That's going to be a dangerous front four. And he's going to be the guy in the middle and going to stop opposing running backs and be a good one. I think he's picked right around where I would have him. So solid pick for the Steelers, who do not have a second round pick, by the way. So curious to see where they're going to go at quarterback, because they don't have one right now. So.
Yeah. I've got to get Trevor's thoughts. Derek Harmon. I think I can't remember where your thoughts were on him, and maybe give me an idea. Is this a great spot for him? Is this about where you had him ranked out?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm not huge on Derek Harmon. I think he's a fine player. I just don't think there's a lot of upside there of all the defensive linemen that were available just in this draft in general, I'm saying. So that's why I wanted Denver to pass on Derek Harmon if it was me picking there. He ends up going a pick later to the Steelers, of course. But I think that, I mean, for me, I don't love the pick, especially since you don't have a second-round draft pick. You would think you'd maybe want to move back and be able to get more draft capital. you don't pick again until the third round unless you're going to end up moving up. But I didn't think that they were going to address the defensive line. Derek Harmon's solid. Just the upside for me, he's not quite where Walter Nolan and Kenneth Grant, some of those other guys are. Even Tyleik Williams is for me.
Yeah. To me, I really liked it. I really liked Derek Harmon. I think he could literally be one of the better products that we see on that defensive line, that defensive tackle player position come out of this group. And now he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, I mean, does it get much better than that? However, I did and I know that Kenny said, hey, we should do our own little mock draft before we get on the show. I had him going to the Chargers, so not too far off from where I expected Derek Harmon to be going. But that being said, the Chargers are on the clock. I do want to go to Trevor first, AFC West rival. Where do you think the Chargers go? They made some upgrades, but can continue to do so as they try to be dominant in the AFC West as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think defensive line would be an area where they're going to look at. But here's the thing that's kind of I don't know if it shocked some people, but it's a little surprising. Some of these defensive linemen are just flying off the board. I mean, that's what 4 defensive linemen now in the first round, and we're at what, picked 25 now,
22 now.
Yeah, 22, exactly. So, I mean, it just seems like some of these other defensive linemen, like Tyleik Williams, could be pushed up the board now because some of these other defensive linemen are up or have one off the board. So, for me, I mean, I think the Chargers can look at a lot of different, different positions. For me, I mean, maybe it's on the defensive side of the ball. Still, Malachi Starks is still out there. Maybe it's corner. Will Johnson is still available. Could be on the offensive side of the ball. Matthew Golden, like you mentioned, Keith, he's still out there available for them. I don't think they're going to go running back since they got Najee Harrison free agency. So it'll be interesting to see where Jim Harbaugh ends up going and what direction they end up going. But for me, I mean, this kind of the slate's kind of wide open. I don't think they're going to go tight end this high, but you never know.
Yeah, maybe not tight end with a couple of them already off the board at this point. But I want to get Kenny's thoughts, man. Chargers are still on the clock, haven't made the decision themselves. What would your decision be, sir? Oh, Kenny, I don't have a microphone for you.
I did a pull to Jody there. Sorry. This is going to be Will Johnson. He's going to get his Michigan boy here, right here in the first round. My original mock draft, Keith, that I had us do today, I had them trading back with having the Giants come into this pick for the quarterback. I was thinking Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart would have went to Pittsburgh, and the Giants would have went all in at 22 for their future quarterback. But I think that's going to be out of play right now. So I'm going to have Will Johnson going to Jim Harbaugh's team.
Yeah, I agree. They could go a lot of different directions. They could upgrade that defense. Will Johnson would be a great pick. We could upgrade that defensive line and get a little bit better. Obviously, they lost an edge rusher in Bosa, so they could go edge rusher here. I'm going to go against what Trevor just said, though. I know that Jim Harbaugh loves tight ends, and I'm not going to roll tight end off the board here. I think that's a direction that they could go. I know it's a big push up the board, especially as of late, but Mason Taylor could be a selection here as well. So, Chargers, man, they're having a hard time. They're either that or they just might
be fielding some trade offers.
Yeah,
that could be. Could be a little bit trade back. Maybe they got the call that the NFL wants just a little bit more drama and stop announcing the picks, right after the last one gets done. But a little bit of drama here with a little bit of 2 minutes left before the Chargers pick.
By the way,
go ahead.
I had the Chargers trading back twice in this first round. So
wow,
I had them trading back to the Lions here, and the Lions taking Gray Zabel, but he's off the board. So I think that's. Yeah. I'm sorry, I had the Chargers trading with the Giants, and then trading with the Lions first, then trading back with the Giants, 28-34, and they took Kenneth Grant, who was well off the board. So I've been way off. But I got a bold prediction: 2 trade backs here for the Chargers.
Yeah,
with Will Johnson on the board, I think that's intriguing.
Yeah, it might be all out the gate now. I'm off the table, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But that being said, a minute and 20 seconds left, and the Chargers still don't have that selection in.
Means they're not
I think you're
happy.
absolutely right as far as fielding some of those trade offers and maybe fielding some of those calls. It could be a trade back. This is going to be interesting, though, because we've already seen Ashton Genty go to the Raiders. Now we have the Chargers on the clock, see what they're going to do. We saw what the Broncos decided they're going to do. They're going to get better on defense. They're going to try to be the stoutest defense they could possibly be in a world where everyone thinks that Sean Payton was going to go offense. It's defense, and now we'll see if the Chargers are going to go out there and load up on offense or load up on defense, as they also had to go up against both the Raiders and the Broncos. It'd be interesting. 32 seconds left, and we're waiting for that pick to come in.
Real quickly, is this the surprise of the draft so far? Broncos taking a cornerback at 20?
There was one earlier that the Buccaneers drafting a wide receiver was also.
Okay.
I think Ibuka messed up their plans. I think Ibuka could have been in the Broncos.
Oh, I don't know. I think they would have moved up if they were to want him. I don't think there's anybody they loved.
I'm saying if Ibuka was there, they would have taken him over corner. I just don't think they like these running backs that everybody's liking. I liked Hampton. A lot of people like Henderson. They passed on both of them at 20. Biggest need. Quick question for you guys while we're waiting for the Chargers pick.
Yeah.
I wrote some star players that may get traded during the draft.
The pick is in.
Broncos. Okay. I'll hold off.
Go ahead. If you have one of them, go ahead.
Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall. Would you later on in this year's draft trade for one of those two to be your 2025 running back?
Really quick for me, it'd have to be late in the draft at this point with the way the running backs are falling. So yeah.
Day 3 or no for me.
Yeah, 5th round, I would do Kenneth Walker.
I like Kenneth Walker. I like what he brought, Michigan State product. I think he's been kind of buried up there in Seattle, especially behind that offensive line. Hasn't gotten the run that he possibly could with the right team and the right offensive line, the right coordinator in front of him. Kenneth Walker could be a really interesting pick. Unfortunately, because of all those pieces and parts, and this draft class, I think just being so loaded, especially it's looking like beyond the first round, maybe. It's going to be tough for some of those draft picks to be picked up, in my opinion, or those players to be picked up in a trade within this draft. There'll be opportunity, but I don't think it's going to be abundant. And I was going to say, I think this is very indicative of what I kind of thought with, if the Broncos end up being that team, which a lot of boards had them being the second team to pick a running back after Ashton Genty, who else is going to be taking a running back after the Denver Broncos? Can you wait and still get a great product? Because, the Steelers probably could have went out there and got one, but now it's starting to get a little bit more thin as far as who needs a running back, who absolutely needs to make sure they get a running back. Now the running backs, I think, will really start to fall, and Roger Goodell's about ready to make the announcement. Finally, the Chargers did make a selection. They didn't pull the Vikings of old and let the clock run out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we haven't seen a trade for a while, though. I mean, are you guys kind of surprised about that? We haven't seen a trade in a while.
I think now it's not really, Trevor, but I think now around 20, now you're going to see the Browns or Giants, any of these picks, you could start hearing some rumbling. And once one of them makes it, the other one's going to make it. So I think you're going to see possibly 2 more trades between the Giants and Browns, maybe trying to get a quarterback, but they're holding off on each other. They're playing chess. For those chess fans out there, the Broncos and Giants are playing chess with each other, waiting to see who makes the move first, because they probably have both of those quarterbacks ranked very similar to each other. Wow.
There it is. Well, I'll let you take your wow reaction and expand upon it. Go ahead, Kenny. It looks like Omarion Hampton is now
you got
a Charger.
Ashton Genty to worry about, and I was higher on this guy than a lot of people in our posse. I think this is this originally was my second, but this is my overall second best running back. Not a fit for the Broncos. I pushed him down to 3rd, but Chargers, they like to run the ball. He's got his 3-down future back now. He can do it all. He can catch the ball. He can block. He's not elite pass catcher. He's not an elite blocker, but he's a good pass catcher, good blocker. Running's what he wants. I know people are concerned about his vision. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh is not. I feel bad for the AFC West. This is not good for the Broncos. You got Hampton to worry about, and now you got Janty to worry about for the AFC West. This is not good for the Broncos.
Ooh. Trevor, your thoughts? Omarion Hampton, now a Charger. We're facing 2 rookie running backs twice a year now. Still got the Chiefs to go.
Yeah, I mean, and the Chiefs are even looking at our running backs too. For me, I mean, they think maybe this shores up the Broncos should be looking at defensive line. Tyler Williams still on the board. I mean, maybe they end up trading up to go get a defensive lineman now, and beef up that D line a little bit more. But no, I mean, for me, I'm actually not as concerned as everybody else is. Like Janty, okay, it's a different situation there with the Raiders, and I love the Chargers offensive line, but I'm not huge on Omarion Hampton. I'm not really huge on him at all. And I think that the Broncos made the right decision to pass on him at 20. I think the Chargers, I mean, not surprised they went running back. I don't think that they should have went running back this early, especially going to get Najee Harris. But I'm not really concerned with Omarion Hampton. I think that, yes, there's upside there. But for me, he's, 3rd, 4th, probably best running back in this draft class on my board. I'm a little bit lower on Omarion Hampton than most people are, though.
I was too, but there is that fear, right? That you make a mistake, you don't draft that running back, and then that running back now goes right directly after that pick that you just had to your rival. Some thoughts coming in on that as well. Obviously, Paul's coming in and saying if Hampton is good, we stupid. Big
if there though. Yeah, big if.
Phil, just to remind Michael Ronquillo that he doesn't have to worry anymore because now Omarion Hampton is gone, so we have no concern there. But that's not the case for Graham. Says, I have no words. I'm concerned, and he's saying that Denver messed up in his opinion. So it'll be interesting. One thing I saw from Omarion Hampton, I think he's very scheme dependent. I think if he's not in a zone blocking scheme, mainly with like a trap scheme he played behind in North Carolina and got a lot of his production, then he struggles. He struggles in the type of running offense the Denver Broncos do, which is really just man beater type up front. You know what I mean? So not a whole lot of zone blocking, not a whole lot of gap scheming. So I think depending upon the situation that he's put in, he could end up to be doing quite well, and we might have 2 running backs to worry about. Luckily, we're upgrading that defense, and the defense is hopefully what brings us to a championship.
And I think that the whole needing a running back, I think is huge. But I think if you're the Broncos, you want to be able to get the right guy for your system. And again, this is a deep running back class. I mean, no way around. I don't think you had to go running back first round. I think so many people have that kind of stuck in their heads where Denver had to go running back at 20. They didn't have to go running back at 20. There's still a lot of really good running backs that are going to be on the board day 2, even a little bit into day 3. I think day 2 they need to prioritize running back, and that's if they don't move up. I wouldn't even really be out of question here if the Broncos try to move up in the back end of the first round to go get a running back, because you have Washington sitting there who needs a running back. Maybe they end up pairing Trevion Henderson up with Jane Daniels. I mean, so if you want Trevion Henderson, you're probably gonna have to move up. I don't know that he's gonna fall all the way to the middle of the second round. So, I mean, we'll see what Denver ends up doing, but I think day 2 they will address running back if they don't end up moving up tonight.
Graham's jumping in here with some breaking news that Josina Anderson just posted the Giants are trying to trade up right now.
Just got chilled, Graham. Thank you. This is where the Browns and Giants, I just said, they're playing chess. Now that both of those quarterbacks are sitting there, and this is around the range where you can start making a move and not give up the future, your future draft picks. You're going to have to give up something, but you don't have to give up boatload because it's only now 10 picks as opposed to 15. So it's starting to, now's the time, 10 picks away, you can start making a move. I got a Bronco question for you guys while we're waiting for the next pick. Hampton just went off the board. So obviously on the Chargers You know, it was obviously their running back 2. They took him at 22. Barron was a surprise by everybody. Broncos, in my opinion, and I think everybody's opinion, are going to address running back somewhere in this draft. Who is the Broncos? Who will the Broncos draft if you had to guess right now for running back? I'll go first. I think Henderson's out of the equation, unfortunately. They passed on him. Caleb Johnson will be the Broncos' starting running back next year. I'll go to Keith next.
I still think, much like you, I think that there's a trade-up opportunity. I think it's going to be early in day 2. The Denver Broncos will get Travion Henderson.
And Trevor.
I think Dylan Sampson's actually one of those running backs that they're going to be taking a look at. I think I agree with you, Kenny. I don't think Henderson is going to last all the way to the next time the Broncos pick in the second round. So if they're going to want him, they're going to need to trade up. So for me, Dylan Sampson's a name to watch. Also, Caleb Johnson is another name to watch there.
Yeah, I like Caleb Johnson. That's who I got going. So it's good that we all had 3 different ones. And Glenn's throwing his top 5 up there. Keith, if you want to put that comment up.
Yeah, I'll throw that up there right now. Just looking at all the different information. But Glenn coming in here saying, my top 5 running backs didn't count Janty. Don't like Hampton. So after that, it's Henderson, Caleb Johnson, Judkins, Dylan Sampson, and then Martinez. So
and we
nice
can answer
lineup
for
there.
Jody. Judkins is his guy that he would take and hope that the Broncos draft. So
Absolutely,
4 different opinions there. I like that. Oh, we got stars from Phil. Phil
Very
coming
good.
in. Guys, there is plenty of good offense players available to help Bo with 100 stars. Thank you. Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, I think that's what we were just, especially Trevor was just getting at. There are still great opportunities out there, to go out there and add additional offensive talent, even though we went defense right there, right off the bat. And kind of surprised, I think, a lot of people. I think the reaction tomorrow will set in, and we'll have some reaction about, going cornerback. But yeah, plenty of good offensive players still out there. The Packers are making their pick right now. I'll go ahead and I'll get that up on the board. I'll have Trevor talk about it first as I do so, because it looks like he's a little ahead of the curve.
I'm always ahead of the curve. Come on, Keith. No, just kidding. I think you were talking about Matthew Golden here to the Green Bay Packers. I actually like that pick for them. They need to solidify that wide receiver room a little bit more. They have a bunch of guys, but nobody that really kind of jumped off the table and ended up being the number 1 wide receiver. So you got to help Jordan Love out there. I think Matthew Golden is a player that's interesting. Actually, I wasn't overly high like I wanted. Like the Broncos needed to pick him at 20, but I think this is kind of the range where you're starting to see some of these wide receivers come off the board. I do like Matthew Golden here to the Packers.
Kenny, I want to get your thoughts on Matthew Golden. A lot of wide receivers in this draft, a lot of different opinions, and I think in some ways Matthew Golden kind of got lost in it all.
Yeah, I think there was some smoke screens. A lot of people had him mocked earlier. I had him around this range. I saw the Packers taking Ibuka. When Ibuka went off the board, this was their next best guy probably on their board. I have no problem with the pick with Christian Watson being out for the year. They need a weapon for Jordan Love, and they get one. He's just got to, the drops hopefully can get fixed, and he could be a good one.
Yeah, you know who I had the Green Bay Packers taking right here with the what is it, the 23rd pick?
Look, I had him too on it. I didn't even realize I put him down too. Matthew Golden.
Matthew Golden, man. I think it's a great pick. A lot of people talk about his amazing speed and what he's able to do. He is an absolutely lightning fast, quick wide receiver. But the thing I really liked about Matthew Golden is I think he has an entire route tree. I think he has fantastic hands. I think that he can break some ankles and break some necks in the way that he's able to perform out there on the field. I'm not concerned one bit about Matthew Golden. It's one of the reasons I thought, hey, if the Denver Broncos could get him, I thought he would have an amazing career. It'll be interesting to see what the Green Bay Packers, Jordan Love, is able to do with Matthew Golden. It's one of the ones I'm more excited about to see develop throughout his career.
Are you guys surprised that Matthew Golden went ahead of Luther Burden? Because Luther Burden's another one that's kind of maybe getting lost a little bit in the fire there.
I'll tell you how surprised I am. my big surprise probably on my mock draft, I had Luther Burden going to the Cowboys.
Wow.
I thought that they would be that in love with him that he would end up taken before Ted McMillan.
I'm not surprised, Trevor, and because Michael asked a question a few weeks ago, and I'm going to read his stars comment in a second.
Yes.
Michael asked the question if there was anybody we feel, concerned with anybody, and I said, let me do my homework and look up what's going on. Luther Burden has some character issues. He's from some scouts that I remember reading up on. Bad practice player, so that turns into a bad teammate. Talent is there, but do you want that on your team if you're a young head coach, starting a new team? Maybe the veteran head coach is disciplined, but they don't want to deal with that neither. So I think he's going to be an early second round pick on a team that needs a wide receiver, and they let him slip into the second round and, deal with character issues in the second round, as opposed to maybe he turns into a trouble teammate and, an ego over practice and being a teammate first. He's got the ego. But let me get Michael's comments first. 100 stars. He's telling us why NFL teams are concerned with Will Johnson's knee injury. That's why he's getting passed in the first round of the 2025 NFL draft, fellas. Thank you, Michael, for the 100 stars once again.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the support, man. Tell you what, these draft shows, these giveaways, by the way, DBR wins, get entered today. Right now, we'll have fantastic giveaways. First giveaway we'll announce first thing tomorrow. So get entered today in order to win tomorrow. Come back. We'll go ahead and we'll divvy that out. But yeah, you wonder why some of these guys fall. You wonder what's going on. You end up finding out behind the scenes what ends up being the reason sometimes. And for Will Johnson, it sounds like maybe there's a knee injury. That knee injury is keeping, again, maybe teams at bay just a little bit at this point, not willing to pull the trigger. And that makes sense, Kenny. Like you said, you're like, why is he still here? Why is he still here? That's the reason he's still here. Now it becomes, when will he be picked? When will he be picked?
Mm-hmm. Well, his tackling is also another issue there too. I mean, there's the injury, yes, but there's also some tackling issues that he's been having as well. So I think Barron and Travis Hunter were just better overall players at this point in time than Will Johnson. I mean, the injury is probably part of it, but I think there's multiple different factors of maybe why he's slipping. I wouldn't necessarily just say it's just injuries.
Yeah, a factor. We'll say. Okay.
Yeah.
And that scares me. That scares me, Keith.
Yeah, go ahead and read it, buddy.
Eagles trying to trade up. That's probably for Will Johnson, because Howie Roseman's not afraid to take chances with character players. I don't think it's for Luther Burden. They don't need wide receivers unless they're looking to move on from A.J. Brown, but I doubt that. But I think it would be for Will Johnson and solidify that secondary even more. So that's scary that they're trying to move up. He gave you props, though, about the graphics. The graphics look really good, so I made sure I put in the comments that it was the work done by you, my friend. You got a lot of love from the chat. So,
well, thank you. No, it's because of the chat. It's because of the posse. It's because we continue to grow that, hey, you want to put in the effort. I wanted to make this a fantastic show. We continue to want to make this a fantastic show. Again, for anybody who didn't already know that we're giving away some great giveaways, including a Bo Nix autographed jersey. Please, DBR wins. Type that in, and we'll get you all registered. Kenny is reacting to this. The Vikings pick is in, but I'll let you react, Kenny.
Oh, it's a quarterback. We don't know which one, but it's a quarterback. We're trading up with the Houston Texans. 34, which is our second round pick. 99, which is our compensatory pick, and a future third. Great move. We're going to get our franchise quarterback and Abdul Carter in this draft. I am hyped.
There you go. Going to be amazing, man. Going to be amazing. The Vikings are now getting their selection made by, or at least announced by, the commissioner. I'll bring it up here in just a second. And I got to give it up to one of our posse members who broke this, I want to say about 2 minutes ago as we were all talking. I'll let Mr. Trevor Salzman talk about Donovan Jackson right now?
Well, I think this trade up with the Giants, I think, is for Shedeur Sanders. That's why
Ooh.
I think they're going. That's the direction they're going to go.
I'm okay with that at this pick. I'm totally okay with that.
Yep.
Do you mind talking about Donovan Jackson here to the Vikings? Maybe a little bit of a surprise because I think a lot of people had them going on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the pick here. Not just because of the player. That's not necessarily the reason. It's just also like just the position of need. I mean, I think that, yes, you want to address offensive line, but this is a team that addressed offensive line in free agency. So I'm a little surprised they went offensive line in the first round. I thought this team, again, like you said, Keith, would be a team that would go defense here. But I mean, again, I like Donovan Jackson as a player. I think that he's certainly huge in size. I wonder if they're going to move him inside a little bit, maybe to center. But I mean, again, I just don't love the pick for the Vikings here. I just thought that there's other players on the board that they could go after on the defensive side of the ball, rather than go offensive line, as they went offensive line heavy at free agency.
Yeah. Been really pounding that table all off season, and now continue here right in the draft. Donovan Jackson. But I want to get Kenny's thoughts on Donovan Jackson before we get over to more Giants talk.
Head scratcher, because I thought they could have used some defense. Siobhan Ravel, if Will Johnson's you're not your guy because of the injury concerns. But how about Jahad Campbell dropping? Fellas? You know, he's still on the board. That would have been a perfect pick for the Vikings with Brian Flores' defense, in my opinion. So I think Flores and the defensive coaches got outnumbered here, and they went offensive side of the ball. And I don't like the pick neither. I'm going to say like a C- for the Vikings here.
Yeah, maybe one of the lower grades that we have for any of the teams so far, just based on what we thought needs were and maybe the players available still on the board. Boom, I see the pick.
I'm going to be shocked.
Kenny is going to be shocked.
I don't want to look. I see private chat, so I'm going to be surprised. I'm not looking. When Keith says he announced it, I'm just going to turn away. I don't want to see it in the chat. Got me thinking now. Could it be Jackson Dart? Could it be Shedeur Sanders? I don't think I'd be shocked if it's Sanders. Or did we go? What else do we need? Did we get a running back? Would we move up for a running back?
No, it's got to be a quarterback. You ain't moving that far up without taking a quarterback.
If it's Jalen Milroe, I'm going to be miserable.
This high? Wow. I think your front office would be drunk if they did that.
Yeah. You guys, let me know when you post it up, because I'm not going to look.
I can't look.
I'm going to pull Kurt Valenti. Come on, Genie. Grant me my Jackson Dart wish.
Kenny, who do you want out of Dart and Sanders for everybody in the posse and for all of us? It seems like I think we kind of know, but just want to kind of get that answer before
I like Dart more.
Okay.
But I'm leaning. But if you put so much effort for Sanders, if they take him, I got no problem with it. If they pass on him, I'm concerned about Shedeur Sanders wherever he goes because of how much time the Giants spent with Shedeur Sanders. I'll say that much. I'll be okay if they draft him because of all the work they put in for him.
They put a lot of work on quarterbacks just in general, though.
Jackson Dart, they put a lot of work in too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of work on quarterbacks. So I think you're going to like the pick, though.
That's one of them too.
A or B.
It's not Tyler Shug at this early.
Kenny's talking to the wall at this point. That's how.
He doesn't want to have nothing to do with it.
Giants faithful right here. Bring back the Super Bowl champions 2012. Let's go. Abdul Carter and our future quarterback. Let's go.
All right, Kenny. What a draft for you, sir. What a draft for you to be able to not only be right at the top.
I'm going to watch you guys, and I'm going to put full screen so I don't see the chat. So
all right, very good.
I'm not looking at the wall. There we go.
There you go. No, I mean, literally to get a draft where you're this active and really doing your dangdest to try to go out there and and take care of business, I guess is the best way to put it. So got to be exciting for you, sir.
I'm excited. You guys are saying I'm not going to be disappointed. So,
and I would say this: the pick is in. That's official. That's good. They didn't trade, and then they were wondering what the heck to do. Yeah. What a. I don't know. I get excited for when teams do this. I know this is something very Kurt Valente-ish. Go ahead, trade up, get your guy. You feel good about him. Go out there, get it. Go now. It's the reason why. Like I said, again, I think you're going to be happy as well. But I said at number 3, who's your future? Who's your future for this franchise
Right.
at quarterback? You have no long term. You have Wilson, you have Winston, and beyond this year, that means very, very, very little. So, you got to go out there. You got to find a guy. The pick is in. The commissioner is walking up. Not very many trades, but boy, the Giants decided to get involved. I'm going to go ahead and we're so confirmed, I imagine, from Trevor's perspective. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add it to the stage right about now as the commissioner's walking up, and just get Kenny's overall impression as
Paul, woo, yes.
Jackson Dart.
I'm happy, but I just heard somebody scream from New Jersey because this was his guy all along, Paul Rosen, who we had on our pre-draft show. This was his number 1 quarterback in this draft over Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. And to get him here at 25, where you didn't have to go to the Broncos, you see what you gave up. You gave up a 2nd round pick and 2 third rounds. If you move up to 20, it's probably going to cost a future 1st round pick or a good player. So to get him here, home run. And this, what to tell you about Shedeur Sanders, everybody. That's why he wasn't at the draft tonight. They knew he was going to drop, and you weren't going to see his face embarrassed in the green room 100 times tonight. They knew what was going on. And for him to pass, the Giants to pass up on Sanders, highly concerning. Highly concerning. Thank you. A+ draft for the Giants on day 1.
A+ from Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick. Where do you grade this Jackson Dart selection here, the trade up in the end of the 1st round for the Giants? Trevor.
Yeah. I love the pick, Keith and Kenny. I mean, I really do. I think, I'm not sold on Russell Wilson being able to make it through a whole season. That's nothing to Russ. I'm just saying, like, you need to see what you have with Jackson Dart. I think he can step in there this season. And you know what, Kenny? Here's a comparison for you. And then there's a little bit of a comparison between the Broncos and Giants. Well, last year the Broncos got their quarterback, Mr. Bo Nix. This year, Giants trade up and get Jackson Dart. That is Jackson Dart's pro comparison is Bo Nix. And I think that those two look very similar in my opinion. I think if you give this guy a little bit of time, I think he can be your guy long-term, be the Giants guy long-term. And I think this is competition for Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. I don't know that there's any of them that should be guaranteed a spot right now. If Jackson Dart comes into training camp and beats Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston outright, let him be the starter and let him be the starter for this team all season long. I think this is a heck of a pick for the Giants tonight, and just a heck of a great draft night for the Giants. 1st round. Again, I agree with Kenny. It's got to be an A. I mean, this is huge for them to be able to get their quarterback of their future and a guy that could possibly start this coming up season and an elite edge rusher, best edge rusher in this class. And again, like Abdul Carter, a heck of a pick for the Giants.
There you go.
I'm goosebumps. Paul did text me. I gave him love. I said the chat and guys are stoked for you. He said what a draft, and he said thank you guys, and very happy over there in New Jersey. And I'm sure a lot of Giant fans are very happy with day 1. Graham's got some breaking news, Paul, Keith, that I think you should put up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Got it up there right now. Go ahead and read her off, buddy.
From Graham, and thank you, Graham. Graham's our producer backstage on K&K Sports Show. He joins us on Wednesday nights. For those who don't know, Graham, amazing job he does with us. Falcons are trading a future 1 to the Rams to come up back into round 1. Full terms, trade 46, 242, and a 2026 for 26 and 101. Trevor, who could this be for? Shador Sanders? No. I said that as it turned into a joke. I've said that just mistakenly because I'm so excited about the Giants, thinking the Rams were trading with the Falcons or for some strange reason there. But no, who could this be that the Falcons want here?
Ooh, could this be a Jihad Campbell landing spot?
A future one, Will Johnson or Jihad Campbell. They need both of those guys should be highly ranked for a move up like this. I agree.
Yeah.
Keith, you agree? Disagree? Somebody else? Malachi Sparks is still out there.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit too high for a safety still, especially a trade up like this. But Jihad Campbell would make a lot of sense here for a defense that needs to get better. Love to go that direction. Mike Green isn't off the board either. They could double up on the edge rushers and go Mike Green.
James Pierce Jr. too.
Yeah. Selection is in, so we'll find out here.
Is a high pick for the Falcons. They're not guaranteed to be a playoff team.
The announcement's being made right now as we speak. I'll get it up on the screen. The other thing that's interesting with the Falcons, probably the last team I thought they would be trading up. They were one of the depraved draft pick teams with only 4 overall. But I'll go ahead and I'll let Trevor talk about this first because it's a name that he was just talking about as well. One James Pierce Jr. ends up being the pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
I think the Falcons were listening to me earlier when I criticized them for not going and getting James Pierce Jr. because I did say that earlier. I said, why not go get James Pierce Jr. now? Don't wait on this guy. I think this guy has a chance to be the second best edge rusher in this class in total, right underneath Abdul Carter, maybe right up there with Abdul Carter one of these days. Who knows? But I love James Pierce Jr. He's very athletic edge rusher. I think he's more refined than some of these other edge rushers in this class. I think he's the second best edge rusher in this class. Great move for the Falcons. You paid a premium to go get a premium position. I love this pick for Atlanta. I take everything back what I said earlier when they went and got Jalen Walker.
Congratulations. I want to get Kenny's thoughts. I'm seeing if I can pull this slide here real quick. It might be one of the first ones I don't have loaded up for some reason. But Kenny, James Pierce Jr., what do you think?
It's a smart move by the Falcons. If they got him ranked as first grade and nobody else is really high on edge rusher, you go make this move and you get 2 guys now in the first round to build on that defense that was very weak last year. So you got Pierce and who they picked him? Jalen Walker. So they got 2 possible edge rushers on both sides, or Jalen Walker to line. They might use him at linebacker. That's why you didn't see Jihad Campbell go here.
Yeah.
So definitely a good move for them. I'll give it a solid B+ move for them.
Maybe I was on the phone with Atlanta's GM and just telling them, hey, you got to cheer it up for James Pierce Jr. I told you to take him at 15.
Well, it's a guy that for some reason, one reason or another, I don't know if I just missed it all the way across the board, but James Pierce Jr. was not on my slides. So I'm sorry I don't have James Pierce Jr. recognized here, but I like the athlete. I think that especially given for the Falcons, it's something that you absolutely need to do. You need to get better all across that defense. And this defense will absolutely get better with a James Pierce Jr. High motor guy, can really bend around the corner. He'll be interesting in an Atlanta Falcons uniform, and in hopefully, at least for the Atlanta Falcons, make them a more 2-dimensional team. Last year it was all upon the offense. Now they're really going defense, going all in on defense as they end up trading up, and I'm going to end up getting James Pierce Jr. Wow, Ravens on the clock already. And the Ravens, it seems like here's a team that shouldn't get a draft pick as good as they were. They'll have reasons and ways to go in this draft, and I want to get Trevor's thoughts on this. Which way should the Ravens go?
When does Will Johnson, Jihad Campbell come off the board? I think this is kind of the territory where you're like, well, this might be a situation. I mean, I think we've mocked Jihad Campbell to the Ravens in the past. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that would be the pick here. I mean, there's still a lot of really good defensive players still on the board, and so I think one of those two players would have to be the pick here for Baltimore. Yeah, Kenny has it right there.
I'm shaking. Look, I'm still shaking from the draft that we got. Jahad Campbell. I got Jahad Campbell here that I wrote down on my picks earlier today, my cheat sheet that I had next to me. So you know who I like. It makes sense though for the Ravens, though. It makes sense. Either that or secondary here. Like you're picking late in the first round, you take a shot on a Will Johnson or a Malachi Starks here. You know, that's it's a good way to go for them too. So I think it's defense for sure.
That's exactly where I was going to go. If there's not a better fit than Malachi Starks and the Baltimore Ravens, I mean, can't you just imagine him in that Baltimore Ravens uniform playing the way that he does, being a safety for the Baltimore Ravens? If I was the Baltimore Ravens, that's the guy I'd have on my radar right now. And I know you're talking, Will Campbell and all these other guys, but Malachi Starks, get that safety. At some point, safety's going to come off this board. If it doesn't happen now, I'm not sure when it will. The funny thing is I have Will Johnson going to the Lions in my mock draft, which is the next pick after this as well. So still a possibility of me being correct. What's that?
Two other names to mention, Siobhan Revell and Nick Omanawari, too. Those are two names that I would watch for as well.
And don't forget Mike Green.
Yeah.
Mike Green's still sitting out there. I was just talking about that. It'll be really interesting, gentlemen. Really interesting. I'm just going to take a little step to the side, if you guys don't mind. Let you guys take over for just another moment. Sorry about that, and I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
Thanks, guys.
So I'll ask you a question while waiting for the pick.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders, do you think the Browns wait on him and take him with the first pick tomorrow? Do you think they move up with these last couple picks coming up to solidify him, because the Saints also might probably need a quarterback, and they may be looking at Shedeur Sanders with the trading with the Chiefs or Eagles? If the Chiefs or Eagles want to trade back into the second round, the Saints may get into play.
Maybe I wouldn't even count out the Rams. They just traded back. I mean, would they take Shedeur Sanders and then let him sit a year? With Stafford getting older, I mean, that's another team that
they did get the Falcons 20 next year's one, so they can use that as trade bait too. I told you, I told Paul, my co-host on New York Giants football talk, and he said, "You're 100% right." I said, "Shedeur Sanders isn't going to the draft." What does that tell you? It tells me that the Giants are definitely passing up on him on 3. And the Saints are probably passing up on him at 9. Rumors were the Steelers passed them up on him. I was like, I don't think the Giants are going to pick him. I don't. If you spend that much time on somebody, some of the scouts probably liked them and some of them didn't. And when it's 50-50, you usually steer away. And the Giants did the right thing by steering away. But, there's some character issues there, of course, but curious to see what happens there. But
and Kenny, here's the thing for me. I thought the Giants may go after Shedeur Sanders. Maybe they would trade up back into the first round to get him. But for me, I wouldn't have. See, if I was a GM right now, I would not have taken Shedeur Sanders in the first round. I thought he was a second round pick. I just there's some issues with him, not necessarily just with his character, but for me, it's just he holds onto the ball way too long, and that's really hard to get that out of him. The next team that takes Shedeur Sanders, watching him this much, he's going to need some time to get that out of him. He's got to get the ball out quicker, on time, on rhythm, and he just struggles with doing that.
Exactly, Trevor. Let's get a hello. And Biggie Bronco just joined us. He's a big follower of Denver Bronco Roundup. How's everybody doing tonight? And then he says the biggest reason that kids dropping in the draft is because nobody wants to deal with his dad. Exactly. That's one of the reasons. Biggie, you're just coming in. We have a lot of giveaways in the next 3 days, including our grand prize, which we're going to give away on Saturday, Denver Bronco. This is for everybody in there. If you haven't done it yet, put in the chat the letters D as in dog, B as in boy, R as in Robert. DBR in the chat. You'll be eligible for all the prizes, including our grand prize, which is going to be a Bo Nix throwback orange autographed jersey. A couple other prizes we got: Audric Estime and Troy Franklin card. First giveaway will be tomorrow at the beginning of the draft. And we'll have the giveaways. We got some other Bronco cards, some Giants cards as well. But type in DBR and Paul just put it in there for you, Biggie. Make sure you get yourself entered in there to try and win. And thank you for being a big supporter of Denver Bronco Roundup. Good to see you.
Absolutely great to see you, Biggie Bronco, and excited that you're part of the posse and here chatting with us. Kenny, do we want to announce the next pick, as the Baltimore Ravens have now picked somebody on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, we'll definitely get Keith's remarks when he comes back, because Keith said it. What a perfect pick for the Ravens. Malachi Starks, the safety, finally the first safety off the board. He was a top 15 player in this draft, in my opinion, Trevor. And the Ravens get him at 27. A heck of a pickup there. Falls 12 spots below where I had him mocked at 15. Good value, probably their best player available on their board. And why not go get him to be the back end of that secondary with Hamilton from Notre Dame. So they got two good ones there: Kyle Hamilton and now Malachi Starks. And the Ravens preach defense, so they got nice 1-2 back there in the back end of that defense. And Starks going to be a good safety blitz and some schemes too on blitz packages.
Yep. I mean, the amount of defensive talent that's on the board still, Kenny, is huge. I mean, Jod Campbell, you have Malachi Starks, who just went off the board, Nick Emmanuel-Worry, who he was great at the combine, and he's very, very intriguing prospect safety. I mean, you have Siobhan Rivell, the cornerback as well, that's still on the board. I mean, there's a lot of really, really, really good defensive talent on the board still, and we're starting to kind of see that run of defensive guys coming off the board here. It'll be interesting to see if there's any other teams that possibly try to trade up to go get some more defensive talent back in the back end of the first round.
And just next up is the Lions. My good friend, co-host on K&K, he's going to join us on Saturday for a little guest spot. Carson Shear, big Michigan sports fan, living out there in the Michigan, up in the northern part of the states. He's a Detroit Lions fan. I just texted him. I said, good luck. Mike Green, ? Yeah. They can use edge rush, and that could be a solid pickup for the Lions. Pairing them up with Aiden Hutchinson. They had a lot of injuries last year. This team, without those injuries, are giving the Eagles a battle, and they could be a Super Bowl representative last year. I expect them to do nothing less than being Super Bowl contenders this year as well. So I'm going to throw a little prediction out there. Mike Green, too good to pass up here for the Lions, Trevor.
Absolutely. And keep throwing up our Malachi Starks pick here, 6'1", 205. As Mr. Keith Brugman comes back. Keith, want to hear your thoughts about Malachi Starks to the Baltimore Ravens?
The guy I called, like I said, safety off the board. I think he was going to be a fantastic fit in the Baltimore Ravens uniform. Baltimore is known for their defense, and they're just going to continue to pound away at that. I think they locked up a great one on Malachi.
Absolutely, Keith, and your mic's a little bit off. I don't know if you heard if Kenny's told you, but your audio is a little off right now. But with Malachi Starks, I think, Keith, you hit the head on the nail there. I think that he's a great player and great prospect. And I was just telling Kenny, I think that this run of defensive talent we're starting to kind of see the back end of the first round. I think is huge, and I would be curious to see if another team tries to move up and get another, one of those defensive talents that's still sitting there on the board. Kenny, your thoughts?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got distracted there, Trevor. I was getting text messages. I missed the whole thing. I apologize. I got sidetracked.
Just your thoughts on the Lions pick. I mean, you mentioned Mike Green.
Mike Green, I think edge rusher, where they have to go. Nick Skirton is still on the board. Dominic Ezeraku could be an option here. I think I was waiting to see if Carson responded, but I'm sure he's glued to his TV, getting ready to post a pic on his show, Carson Shear's show. Check him out. He does a great job doing YouTube shorts. But I think it's got to be edge rusher, and one of those three come to mind. I would be okay with any of those three: Green, Ezraku, Skirtan, in that order.
I think this pick's going to surprise you, by the way, Kenny. You just see my reaction.
Well, they get offensive tackle, and you know what? That was a backup position for them. So I am not a total surprise here, but I am a little with the defensive side of the ball needing help there. But they preach the trenches on offense. Penei Sewell, a few years back, best lineman in football, in all of football, in my opinion. They get Ohio State's offensive tackle, Tyleik Williams, who 6'3", 327. Put him on the other side, Penei Sewell. Jared Goff ain't going to have much to worry about.
Defensive tackle.
Oh, defensive tackle. It says offensive. Yeah, I thought it was defensive tackle. It says offensive tackle.
Oh, did Keith make a mistake?
That's so okay.
Sorry,
I made
guys.
a mistake going with
Look
it.
at the number.
Yeah, I should have realized that.
No,
I knew he was defensive tackle. I'm thinking of Simmons, the offensive tackle for Ohio State.
This was my guy all along. That's why the reaction that I had, I'm like, I wish the Broncos could have possibly worked a trade to get back and get this guy. I called it earlier. I said if once Derek Harmon went, all those defensive linemen start going off the board. Walter Nolan, Kenneth Graham, Mason Graham. Tyleik Williams is going to start popping up the board a little bit sooner, and this is exactly what happened. The Lions got a heck of a player here. I love the size, love the player. 6'3", 327. He's a run stuffer. He's a guy that has upside to be able to get after the quarterback. As we've seen some of our mock drafts, this is the guy that I love, and I think this is a home run pick for the Detroit Lions, and already adds on top of that great defense that they already have.
I'm going to take it down since I made one small error and put an O instead of a D. Because I'm getting it from the posse here. Appreciate everyone that's been part of this. Not enough comments tonight, at least displayed up there. But Graham's wondering if we need a spelling bee over here at DBR, and Glenn saying he's a defensive tackle. Guys, come on, and laughing at us. Patrick Wiltsey. Get them a coffee.
I'm still excited about our draft with the Giants there, Glenn. I might be making a few more mistakes before the end of the night.
I still have my coffee with me. I mean, I think that's working. I don't know about you guys, but
I'll take a sip of the cola. I don't want to say the product I'm drinking. I'll just say cola. I don't want to say if it's the two major brands.
There you go. It's DBR Cola right now. Glenn saying that Williams is a John Deere up the middle, an absolute plow, a tractor of a guy on the defensive side, plowing through those offensive lines and just yeah. I mean, you talk about a guy that came out of Ohio State, was just dominant, and is a great pickup. Like you said, Trevor, maybe a guy that I can't believe, somehow, some way ends up falling all the way down the board here till late in the first round, especially in a draft that we've seen a lot of different, non-skill position players be picked up.
Absolutely. And that's just, Keith, this is something I'm worried about with the Broncos going forward is when do they start kind of maybe, be a little bit more aggressive going after a defensive lineman, because I think you really need to reinvest into your defensive line. John Franklin Myers coming up on a contract extension, as well as Malcolm Roach, not on a long-term deal. You got to re-sign Zach Allen at some point in time to a massive deal. So at some point in time, Denver's got to really look at defensive line. A guy that I'm watching that I also love Tyleik Williams, but Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle out of Texas, I really like him.
He's a good one.
That's a guy that I would love to see Denver try to be aggressive and go and pick up possibly day 2.
It's funny. I was just looking at the mock draft book I got here. They got Alfred Collins to the rival Chargers at 55, so he is in play at 51 for sure.
Very good. We'll be talking Commanders next as they're on the clock. That's a big one for you, Kenny, with the New York Giants in the same division there. Glenn's giving us a lot of love, though, says I love you guys.
We love you, Glenn.
Yeah,
you did an awesome job with your questions and analysis and comments. So we love all you in the posse. So thank you for hanging out with us all night. Real quick about the Commanders, my neck of the woods, I got a lot of Commanders friends, and I was talking to one today. He wants edge rusher first, but he would be okay with corner. I'm looking at Will Johnson. I'm looking at Mike Green still sitting on this board. I was concerned with playing at Marshall, 17 sacks the competition, but he had a heck of a Senior Bowl. So why is he dropping is my question. This is definitely going to be a Dan Quinn pick, in my opinion. I would be shocked if they go offense. I could see this being a Mike Green or Will Johnson finally come off the board because their secondary was very weak last year too.
Yeah,
Maxwell Hairston in play.
That's true.
Day crush.
Your draft day. Hey, what happened to Demetrius Knight?
Yeah,
I don't want to be hearing about Maxwell Hairston.
He's my day 2 draft day crush.
Oh my goodness!
How many crushes you got?
Yeah, it can't be. Man, it must be nice being a single guy. I can tell you, I can only have one crush.
Well, you guys know I love
crush,
Maxwell
and I only
Hairston.
have one crush, and I only want one crush. The Commanders have made their selection. I see CJ West in the comments. That's another guy I really like as well. I think that could be a fantastic pick. But we'll see where the Commanders go. See how much they're going to try to put it to the Giants, as the Giants have done fantastic in this first round.
Could this be a Trevion Henderson?
That's a long shot.
It's not.
That's a long shot.
It's not, though. I'll go ahead and I'll let you guys talk about, hopefully, a guy that I've actually put all the right pieces, parts, statistics, everything on the slide here. Josh Connerly Jr., tackle to the Commanders. So, first all, you just got done talking, Kenny. I'll let Trevor go first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised about this one. I mean, not that Connerly's not a good player. I just didn't think he'd be taken in the first round. Josh Simmons is sitting right there, and he went over him. So, Commanders prioritizing Connerly is really interesting. But I mean, I like the player. I mean, I think he's really good in pass block. Needs to work on a little bit of his run blocking, but I think he's very good at pass block. I think he'd be a really good tackle for them. They have to continue to try to protect Jaden Daniels long term, and I think this would be a great step in the right direction for them. Get a prospect that they can develop there on that offensive line. Not a bad pick for Washington. Not a bad pick. Maybe not the direction Trevor would have went if he was sitting as GM. Want to get your thoughts, Kenny?
Shocked. I said I would be shocked if they didn't go defense. I'm shocked. And we saw this is probably the 6th or 7th offensive lineman between guards and tackles, give or take, in this first round. So you're getting the 7th, tackle off 5th, 6th, or 7th tackle off the board when you have arguably the top corner sitting on the board. Mike Green has been mocked in top 15s of drafts. You got a bad secondary, no pass rush. Now you're not picking again till the late in the second round, and you got all these needs on defense. I get it, protecting Jaden Daniels, but I don't know if this guy's going to be elite. I think he could be good, but he's not my top pick. I would have had him in the second round.
Yeah, I don't know if I had him this high up the board either, and kind of a surprise pick, like you said, with all the talent maybe still available out there, that this is the guy that they had stacked up on their draft board as the highest, best value, and fitting a position of need, I guess, is at the same time. So just kind of a little bit shocked myself. I don't think he's a bad prospect, but I am surprised at this offensive tackle run that we've seen in the first round. I did not foresee it being this heavy and so many offensive line, and whether it be interior line and tackles that have gone off the board so far. Where are we at now? The Bills. Yeah. Man, we were wrapping it up, and the Bills are on the clock. And here's a team that could go a lot of different directions. You were just talking about Will Anderson. That would be one way that they could go, or Will Johnson. I'm sorry, Will Johnson. I'm backing up a couple drafts ago. Will Johnson, as a cornerback here for the Buffalo Bills. But I'll get your thoughts here, Trevor, quickly before we see the Buffalo Bills pick. We got about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I think Mike Green
pick us in.
Mike Green might make some sense here for Buffalo at 30. I mean, I think that this is a team that's Again, they got Bosa, and this past offseason, enjoy Bosa, but I don't think you can just rely upon him to stay healthy enough. I think you got to be able to go get a young edge rusher that you can pair up with him that can be dependable.
Very good. Yeah, edge rusher, I could definitely see that. Obviously, Von Miller is not going to be there forever. We'll have to find a lot of different. What's that?
He's not there anymore at all.
Yeah, that's true. He's not there anymore. So that's the answer right now.
I'll throw a long shot out there. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, you're talking. I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
Long shot pick here, late in the first round. I still think he's going in the second. Luther Burden could be a play here.
Possible.
Yeah. They need to find some weapons. It would be good for them to find another wide receiver. And Luther Burden, again, maybe some off-field or commitment issues and all this other different things. But Luther Burden is an amazing, amazing product when he's out there producing on the field. I was looking over my list just a second as well. What about Shamar Stewart?
Yeah.
Shamar Stewart's still hanging out there, right?
No, wasn't he taken earlier, Shamar Stewart?
You're
thinking about Shamar Turner?
No, I was thinking about Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart went to Cincinnati.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. So that's what I said. I'm trying to keep up on all of this, and that's why I was asking. Is Shamar Stewart still out there? So yeah. Cincinnati, you're right. No, I think edge rusher is definitely a direction that they could go. And, pick us in for the Buffalo Bills. So we'll find out here soon enough as we're almost to the end of this entire draft now.
Pull out my
first round.
I forgot who I picked for the Bills here, so let's see if I can find it.
Well, I was way off. I had Kenneth Grant to the Buffalo Bills here, so that I was not correct on. But again, that was me thinking Kenneth Grant, great product, but I didn't think he'd go as high as he did.
I might have even forgot to pick for the Bills.
Thinking pretty highly of the Buffalo Bills. Looks like a tribute going on before the pick is actually going to be announced here. Don't jump out of here.
I can't find it.
Nick Scorton also, he should probably be in play here as well.
Oh yeah, good call.
Oh, Graham's got some breaking news. Thank you, Graham, for breaking it.
Yep, Graham and Trevor. If you look in the private chat, the Eagles traded up one spot with the Kansas City Chiefs, so they'll be jumping, just swapping picks. Find out what the compensation was.
The damn Eagles are going for an edge rusher. They lost Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
Mike Green is their character guy. They like making those picks. If the Bills don't take Mike Green here, I'm calling Mike Green or Will Johnson. They'll take a chance with one of those two guys.
I can see Will Johnson right here for the Bills. We'll find out soon enough. It's being announced. So,
I think it's a little bit surprised.
Kenny, who was your first round crush?
Maxwell Hairston.
Why don't you talk about him as he's now a Buffalo Bill?
Solid. Amazing pick here. Go watch. I can't praise it enough. I know a couple people did watch it and they said they liked him. Go watch his 2023 highlights. 2 pick sixes, 6 interceptions. He stood out at the combine, 4.29 tackles. He's not afraid to take on contact if the running backs are coming. Great coverage, elite speed. Can't say enough good things about this guy. I wanted him in play for the second round. If the Giants didn't go, if things went different in the draft, I wanted him in play for the Giants. But I'm glad he didn't go to a rival. Get him on the AFC East side of thends. He's not with the Eagles. He's not with the Cowboys or Commanders. This guy's definitely round 1 material for me, and the Bills got a good one at the end of round 1. My crush.
Yep. Phil McLaughlin coming in saying Bills took Glenn Ashley Harrison to the Bills, and also saying Kenny, your boy, he's good. So Maxwell Hairston.
Commanders didn't take him. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Commanders could have taken him. Ends up being the Buffalo Bills. I definitely thought that they were going to go, possibly in a corner direction as well. Maxwell Hairston, a guy that Kenny talked about first and foremost, now taken in the first round. Trevor, your thoughts on Maxwell Hairston?
Yeah, I think there's other players on the board I would have targeted. I liked Siobhan Ravel over Maxwell Harrison.
Oh.
Nick Emanuori over Maxwell Harrison. Edge rusher, I think, should have been in play for Buffalo as well. But I can certainly see why they're addressing the secondary and beefing up there a little bit more. They had injury issues there against Kansas City in the AFC championship game there. So they need to reinvest in the cornerback position. So I like that they are investing in cornerback. I just think that I would have went a different direction as far as the player.
And I like the direction that they went. I'm right there. I'm right there with Kenny. I like the way this guy plays. I think he's long. He's lengthy. He's got the speed. He was one of my favorite prospects, especially after Kenny ended up turning me on to Maxwell Harrison, and I think a lot of people right here in the chat as well, the posse. Just a great corner, and I can see why they selected him here. Buffalo Bills, I think, are getting very good in their secondary. The Eagles pick is in. They're just right now showing the draft room, and interesting enough, it looks like we'll be coming back to that. I wanted to jump up to a different comment. It was one that Graham had posted up here a little bit earlier. I'll see if I can find it. Apparently, they just showed the Ravens' entire draft board on ESPN.
Oh, man.
Well, you can guarantee teams are going to try and trade up ahead of the Ravens if their guys are on the board and they know the Ravens board now.
Yeah, boy, I thought it was bad when the Broncos had run the ball on the back of a play sheet. I think teams are seriously going to reconsider exactly the protocol that they have when it comes to these the cameras and the locations of their boards and the whole 9 yards. If this is true, man, this is big. I mean, can't tell me that other teams aren't going to use this to their advantage in any particular way.
Exactly. How funny would it be if it was a fake board? Like that was their fake board and they got their real board on the other side.
That would be something. That would be, but boy, bad stuff, man. Bad stuff. You don't. It just goes to show you anything is possible in the NFL draft.
And I will be watching closely on day 2 and day 3 to see if somebody jumps ahead of the Ravens. If somebody slips and we're like, oh, this guy's slipping, and here comes a trade ahead of the Ravens because they know that it's on the Ravens board. It's going to be interesting to watch in the next 2 days to see if there's any trades ahead of the Ravens.
I think it'll just be interesting to see. I think once this night is wrapped up, I think heads are spinning just a little bit in a lot of ways. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for us to kick off the day tomorrow as we come back for day 2 of the Pick Is In draft show. We're going to come back, I think, to trades galore at the top of the second round. If I had to speculate, I think we could see multiple trades at the very top. And I'm kind of surprised. Like I said, trades have been big so far. I thought if I had to put money on it, I'm not a gambling man, but if I had to put money on it and say that the Atlanta Falcons were going to move up or move down, trade up in this draft or trade back in this draft, I would put all my money on trading back in this draft, getting more picks. No, they double up. They move up in this draft. This has been one heck of a crazy night, and I don't think it stops tonight. I think it goes right into day 2. Yep. Glenn Ashley, just want to say real quick, because this is great. I'm not listening in, but Glenn Ashley saying loving the Make-A-Wish kids that are being able to take the stage up there in the NFL draft. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ernie wants to know what time day 2 and 3, Keith. The pre-draft show, Ernie, West Coast. I know you're West Coast time, so I'll do your time. It's going to be 4:30 pre-draft show tomorrow, followed right after by the day 2 of the draft, 5:00 p.m. And then 3-hour difference on Saturday, 8:30 with the day 3 pre-draft show, which you may want to keep. You want to tell them who our special guest is on Saturday, or you want to hold off?
I'll hold off. I want to make sure I got it all 100% confirmed. But
Okay.
yeah, we're trying to get a former player, maybe. I'll just put it that way, to
Maybe
join
one
the
or maybe
show.
two.
Maybe even two. Yes, I had a second one reach out, wants to be part of a podcast with the Denver Bronco Roundup, another former player. We'll see if they are able to make the draft, the pick is in draft show, or if we just get them maybe during the off season before the season kicks off. We'll see if we get them on here as well. So yeah, it's we talked about it. Special guests. We meant it, special guests. Not that Paul Rosen isn't a special guest. Loved having Paul Rosen. Thank you very much. We're gonna have more friends, hopefully former players, other podcasters. Maybe you never know what's going to jump on here. We're going to have all the prize, all the giveaways. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. We're going to get to that in just a second. And just a lot of great analysis and great fun like we've had with you all night long tonight, going on over 4 hours and going strong. Can't wait to come back tomorrow for another one, and can't wait to come back the next day for another one. Kenny, I'm going to get your reaction to the Philadelphia Eagles pick. This is big for you. Here they are, the Philadelphia Eagles, right in your backyard. What are they doing? I'm gonna drop it right now. Jihad Campbell,
It's a
linebacker.
Howie Roseman guy. Howie Roseman gets these guys that drop every year. Sticks with the SEC, Georgia, Alabama. This is an Alabama kid, 6'3", 244. A lot of mock drafts, including mine. Top linebacker in this draft. So they get a good one here and falls all the way down to 31. So Howie Roseman does it again, unfortunately.
Yeah, amazing how they continue to do it at the end of the first round. Add premier talent like I think Jihad Campbell is. Trevor, your thoughts on Jihad Campbell?
Yeah, I mean, Jihad Campbell for me, I mean, I really love the player. I mean, I think he's a great linebacker, really good in coverage that they get healthy. I think that's why he slipped so far right now is his health. I think that's a big thing for him. But I wanted to quickly announce the trade that and everything that was involved in that trade. Obviously, pick 32 and 164 are going to the Chiefs, and pick 31 is going to the Eagles. So the Eagles give up 164 to move up a spot to go ahead and select Jihad Campbell. Howie Roseman is aggressive once again and reconfigures that defense with Jihad Campbell. I love the pick, love the aggressiveness there to go get his guy.
Yeah, not only the aggressiveness to go get his guy, but the guy that he got. I love Jihad Campbell too. Impressive athlete at linebacker at Alabama. That should say enough of it in itself. But this guy is a true leader on the field. Many of his teammates have spoken out, and obviously his coaches and the like, about who he is on the field, who he is off the field, what type of player you're getting in one Jihad Campbell. And so for the Eagles to get a guy like that, as well as all the production that he's able to put out there on the field as well, that is amazing. So hats off again to the Philadelphia Eagles, making it tougher on your New York Giants, Kenny.
Making it very tough.
You know what would make it the night even tougher here? The guy's still sitting there, right? And the Chiefs are on the clock here pretty soon.
Yep.
Trevion Henderson.
No, not just Trevion Henderson. Will Johnson. He's sitting there right on the board for the Chiefs to take there.
That's
Pair him
true.
up with McDuffie.
Yeah.
Peter wants to know if the Chiefs take Simmons.
It's possible. They need offensive line.
Need that offensive
I'm trying
line.
to see. Let's see what other offensive tackles are on. Let me pull up a book here. Let's see who else we got at off, because that's what they need. They need to protect Mahomes. You don't need him getting hurt.
But that secondary's taking a hit. They lost Snead, remember, last offseason.
Right.
The Titans. Never replaced him.
Cam Williams is on the board. Still got Cam Williams. Early for him. So Simmons is pretty much the only one that I would take here.
I had in my mock draft the Chiefs taking Mason Taylor.
Yeah. I wouldn't be. That's a dark horse right there. Yeah.
That's a dark horse, but why not? You're the Chiefs. You know what I mean? You're in competition every single year. You know what I mean? Your roster, yes, needs upgrades, but at the same time, you're usually in a position where you can be a little bit more luxurious with your picks. And Mason Taylor, you need to figure out a solution for Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift when they go running off together happily ever after. You know what you're going to do. Mason Taylor, I think, would be a great pick there. That was my thoughts. Being a little bit more luxurious there.
I think you got to protect the. It's got to be Simmons for me. He's the only first round offensive lineman left, and the Chiefs knew the Eagles weren't taking offensive line, so they get an extra pick in this draft. After Simmons, there's probably a huge drop off, and you got to protect Patrick Mahomes. So that's my, not bold prediction. I put money on that.
And I still wouldn't. I'm sorry. I'm going to push one more. I wouldn't push out the fact that maybe they could pick up. Sorry, my computer's not liking me for a second. Pick up a wide receiver. It's not like the Chiefs have been set at wide receiver year after year. It seems like year after year we keep talking about them needing that wide receiver in their room. So,
Absolutely.
The pick is
A
in.
lot of people, and Trevor also alluded to it, so I think it's safe, Keith, to put it up.
Yeah, I will certainly do so. Why don't you talk about it first while I get it all rolling up here?
They do take the offensive lineman out of Ohio State, Josh Simmons. Before the injury, he was mocked very high in the first round. One of the books I follow has him ranked as the second overall offensive tackle. So to get him at 32, national championship team, played against a great talent in the Big Ten, college football playoffs, blocking for Pat Mahomes on the left side. Pat Mahomes, I think, will enjoy this kid a lot, and I'm surprised that he lasted this long. I had him ranked a little higher than this. I had him going in the early 20s as opposed to 32.
Wow.
Oh, excuse me. Long night. Trevor, your thoughts on Josh Simmons and the Kansas City Chiefs bolstering up that offensive line?
Yeah, I think you want to keep Mahomes upright. I mean, you have to learn from your lesson in the Super Bowl, right? I mean, their offensive line wasn't very good. Huge reason why they ended up losing that Super Bowl. Cost them a Super Bowl, actually. So yeah, I mean, you got to reinvest in that offensive line. Josh Simmons ends up being the pick here. I think that for me, at least anyways, I think this is kind of right around where he should probably be going. For me, I think that he's again a nice developmental tackle that will play right away. Of course, he's going to be have a task of protecting Patrick Mahomes. Thought that the Chiefs could go in many different directions, but I think it's smart to reinvest in your offensive line and keep your star quarterback upright.
Yeah, I had him close to here. I think I would have had him going because I don't have him actually listed on my first round. I think I would have had him top of the second round.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw that run on offensive tackles. We talked about it before, offensive linemen, offensive tackles. That might be the theme. We'll have to count them all up when it's all said and done tomorrow to head into tomorrow and see exactly how this draft played out. But what a night, gentlemen. What a night. Kenny, I'm going to let you take the mic first because what a night for the New York Giants. I know that we talk a lot of Broncos here, and this is posted on a lot of Broncos pages, but man, K&K Sports Show, Giants football talk, you guys have got to be elated about this evening.
Oh, absolutely. I don't, I follow a lot of Giants pages, and there's always, like civil war. Some people want this guy, some people want that guy. I think you're going to see about 80 to 85% of Giant fans be very happy with this first round draft that we had. Getting Abdul Carter, elite pass rusher. You saw there was a big drop off on edge rushers after Carter taken in this first round. So he is that much better according to a lot of coaches, boards. Get him at 3, and then you move up for Jackson Dart, who could possibly be the best quarterback in this draft. Had a very good combine and played against great talent in the SEC. So A+ for the Giants. Day 2, No second round pick with the trade, but we'll be back with day 3, one of the day 3, round 3 picks tomorrow. So looking forward to that. And let's go Giants.
I can tell you this, Kenny, based on tonight, based on everything we seen, don't rule out the fact that the Giants don't have a second round pick. You know, you never know. I gotta say it right now. It seems like they are going pretty aggressive in this draft, and it'll be interesting to see if that plays through in day 2 and day 3 as we're back here for the Pick Is In Draft Show. Never missing a beat. Again, anybody that is sticking around and hasn't typed in DBR wins, that's how you get entered for all our prizes, all our giveaways. And I can't wait to give our first one out, maybe 1, 2, 3 tomorrow. Trevor, like I said, what an evening. What do you think about the Denver Broncos? What do you think about their pick? And, since we didn't get multiple picks like Kenny and his Giants, what do you think about the competition in the AFC West as well?
Yeah, first and foremost, Keith, I was just doing some research backstage while you guys are talking here. 5 offensive tackles go in the first round. 5 defensive linemen went in the first round. 7 total offensive linemen went in the first round. So wanted to make that number kind of pop out. It's huge. I mean, wow. I mean, just the run on defensive line and offensive line just stands out in this draft for me. But for the Broncos, I mean, again, Jahdae Barron, I think I love the pick. I think there's some that are down on the pick. I think you pair him up with Surtain and Riley Moss, and then you have Hufanga that you add to the secondary. I mean, Brandon Jones. I mean, I just think you shoring up that secondary with probably the best player on the board at that time, at least from a defensive standpoint. At least one of the top defensive players on the board when you picked at 20, I think is great. I mean, you shoring up that secondary. There's no guarantee with the secondary. You have McMillan, I get it. You have Riley Moss, I understand that, but you could always use more. And Keith, me and you have been one of those components of needing to add to the secondary. Yeah. We didn't think they're going to add it to, in the first round, but I'm certainly not mad about it because you have Herbert, you have Mahomes, you have some of these, Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, some of these other really elite quarterbacks that you have to face in the AFC to be able to get to a Super Bowl or even win at a high level. So, stacking up in the secondary, I'm not against it for the Broncos. I love it.
Keith, real quick, I slacked, so I want to get 2-star comments out there. First, Michael Ronquillo, 100 stars. Thank you, everybody's friend, Michael Ronquillo. I can't wait to see Ashton Janty, Raiders versus linebacker Dre Greenlaw, Broncos. Well said, Michael. And thank you so much for all the support. Stick with us the whole show. 4+ hours. Love having all of you here with us. And then everyone's pal, Mike Phil McLaughlin. So that's his new name. Great first draft show. Broncos and Giants did great. Can't wait for all the excitement tomorrow. DBR win. 100 stars from Phil. So thank you guys so much for all the support. Not just tonight, all the time on all our shows. K&K and Denver Bronco Roundup. You guys are there for every show, and it's greatly appreciated. And we're glad we can do this for you.
Yeah, and just a little tidbit, Phil. Though not the first draft show. This would be officially number 3 for me and Kenny. But 2 with even Trevor. So man, it's a learning experience for everybody. It's a lot of fun. It's a little bit of a marathon, especially as we go all 3 days and we try to get you coverage and analysis. And we're going to be giving those giveaways off to kick off the show, the pre-draft show tomorrow. That's going to be fantastic to start doing that. Get more and more guests on here. Can't wait for that. Hope you all come along for the ride, man, because what a ride it's been, man. What a night. It'll be interesting. I want to go back. I want to look at it all. I want to encapsulate it. I want to preserve it. I want to analyze it. I want to section it out. I wanted that to be part of our pre-draft show tomorrow. My thoughts on the Denver Broncos, so real quick. very much to what you were just got done saying, Trevor. I was thinking back to when I first started mock drafting and for this season and first started thinking about the Denver Broncos needs. And I'm like, they have an opportunity. They have an opportunity to truly be the most dominant defense. Everyone has been trying to look for no-fly zone 2.0. Well, you might have just solidified a no-fly zone 2.0 with the moves that they made this evening. And look at that. The running back class that everyone thought would just be a big old huge run still maybe have Denver Broncos fans' most favorite running back, Travion Henderson, still sitting out there for the taking. So, man, what a day it's been today. What a day it's going to be tomorrow. Can't wait. Can't wait for everyone to join us. So, any last closing thoughts? I'll go one last time around the horn. Kenny.
Yes. Pearl wants to know what time tomorrow. What are the hours tomorrow? I'll do Mountain Time.
Thank you.
5 o'clock Mountain Time pre-draft show. We have one of our posse members, good friend. I don't want to spoil it who it is, but come, one of our Denver Bronco followers and posse member, a friend, really good friend to everybody. So come hang out and watch that person on the pre-draft show tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Michael's saying he's got to work on Saturday, so he'll miss the show. But Michael, you will be entered into the grand prize on Saturday. So I will get in touch with you if you are a winner, or I'll just get in touch with you to tell you who won in general. Sorry, you're not going to be with us Saturday. I know work comes first, and you will be missed. You will be missed.
Absolutely. Final thoughts from you, Kenny? Any other comments?
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. The 4.5 hours went by fast. If it goes, we got another day tomorrow, which is my favorite day. You get to see your players from the past make the pick. And I'm not going to say who's picking for the Broncos for those who don't know, but I know. I think Trevor and Keith know. But tune in tomorrow. You'll see who's making the Bronco pick. I think you'll be happy with who's making the Bronco pick. He was a good Bronco, in my opinion. So I like this. I like the second day, and that's where the drafts are won on day 2. In my opinion, those middle rounds, you get those players that slip out of the first round, trades. You're going to see a lot of that tomorrow. Day 2 is a lot of fun. Come hang out with us tomorrow. We got giveaways. We got guests. We got more analysis from the 4 of us. Jody will be back. We're going to have a great time tomorrow. Can't wait to do it again for another 4 hours tomorrow night with you all.
Absolutely. Trevor, some final thoughts.
I mean, just first and foremost, I want to shout out our posse. I mean, my gosh, you guys are amazing. I mean, we can see the numbers, rising each and every episode we do. We put all this hard work in for you guys. We do all of our analysis for you guys for almost 4.5 hours on here, and we do it for all of you. So we hope you guys appreciate it. Continue to share the love with us and continue to be on this ride with us. I mean, we guys still got a full 2 days left of draft coverage for you guys, special guests, former players. I mean, you name it, friends of the show coming on that you guys see in the comments all the time as well. So we really appreciate everybody first and foremost for coming out, supporting us, and being in the comments. Even if you don't, aren't stars person, just being in the comments and just talking football with us and just showing you support each and every way you possibly can. We really appreciate everybody for everything you guys do. But can't wait to see what the Broncos do tomorrow. We'll probably give our grades tomorrow. I mean, just kind of recapping day 1 tomorrow. And because it's kind of getting late for everybody. So we'll recap our grades tomorrow for everybody. And looking forward to a great day 2 with everybody in the posse. Hope everybody has a great night, a great day tomorrow. Be safe out there, and we'll see you next time.
Absolutely, man.
Joey, we'll save your question for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've got a lot of invitations out there. People are trying to guess on who we got coming in. So I've reached out to a ton of people. So thank you all. It was a fantastic show. Trevor, I couldn't have said it better. The posse, just been absolutely amazing. All the liking, all the sharing, all the subscribing, all the just coming in here, being a part of the show, watching, checking us out on Apple Podcasts, checking us out on Spotify, on YouTube, on Facebook, but being part of the show. being a part of 4.5 hours of coverage and being in here, being a part of the comments, being part of, with your ideas, your thoughts, dropping stars if you possibly can. And we appreciate that. It does, help the engine go down, the car go down the road. It puts a little fuel in the engine. So we appreciate that. But man, what a fantastic night. A lot of work to do between tonight and tomorrow. And we'll be back for another fantastic episode of the Pick Us In Draft Show tomorrow. Thank you to the K&K Sports Network being a part of this and helping out with all of our prizes as well. Thank you to Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Again, they're a big part of it. And of course, Pearl. Thank you so much for Morgan Trinkets being an amazing sponsor of ours all along the way. It's been a fantastic night. Can't wait for tomorrow, but we do got to get out of here. We get out of here at least on when I'm hosting, one way and one way only. Make sure you keep those boots in the stirrups. Make sure you keep those guns in the holsters, and make sure you keep the Denver Broncos, the New York Giants, whoever your team is, right there in your heart. Until tomorrow, we're going to get out of here. Have a great night, everybody. Can't wait for tomorrow. Day 2, NFL Draft. Good night, everyone. Take care.